Hello, chat, and happy Friday. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Because I'm about to shatter that and make it into one of the worst nights of your life. With some shitty fanfics. Here, let me give you a little bit of a teaser. One of these fanfics tonight, the fucking title of it was Cringe, do not read. So naturally I clicked on that. 180 Digi. Well, back to your new home, freak. Thank you for 35 months support. But first, we're gonna start out with this one. It's a well-known fic, a famous one, I guess. It's kind of like you know, My Immortal and all that. So a well-known, very beloved fic. It looks like it got published in 2006. I have not read this before. It's Half-Life Full Consequences. Yeah. I think most of you have seen this before. Mantis Toboggan calls it art. Let's find out. Tita, the technical stuff has to go down while I'm not streaming. Thank you, though. I see what you're saying. I appreciate that. And say hi to Jabroni-Chan. Hello, everybody. She's looking beautiful tonight. Tita did a little bit of work on the mouth to get it to be a little bit more responsive. There were certain points during the last stream where, I don't know, I was saying things and her mouth wasn't moving too much, but her mouth has been improved and now has more souk power. Orange juice nut. Well, back to your new home, fucker. Thank you for 20 months of support, fucker. Caroline, I actually did not get a chance to look at that doc, but I'm going to. Updating that doc and submitting things to that doc is not like a waste of time or anything. I'm gonna look through that when I get a chance to. What else? Nothing else. Okay. Without further aid, though, here it is. Half-Life Full Life Consequences. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own Half-Life. Did you see that? I did. Peppa Pig X Barney. Next time, I'm sure we'll read this incredibly graphic, full fucking, like, hardcore sex Peppa Pig and Barney fanfic next time. Cheese Henderson. Well, back to the baby. Thank you for 2 months of support. We're not gonna read that. Shit, I didn't, I haven't played Half-Life in a really long time. Probably like 2016, 2017, I think was the last time I played these games. I played the first one, and then I played like Blue Shift or some shit. I don't remember what I played. And then I played the sequel. And I liked them, but I couldn't help but notice that the game had a kind of a, what's the word, like glitched jump mechanic? Blue Shit. Yeah, I played Blue Shit. The one where you're like, Barney, his name's Barney, right? Barney the security guard, and it's like, why the fuck do I want to be Barney the security guard? Like, who the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna read this thing. John Freeman, who is Gordon Freeman's brother, has to do what has to be done to help Gordon Freeman defeat the enemies. The enemies, like trans-dimensional enemies that are very violent. Luca Doodles. Well, back to your new home, freak. Thank you for 7 months support. Also, Pistachiola, welcome back to your new home. You disgusting, filthy pig freak. Okay, it says, John Freeman, who was Gordon Freeman's brother, was one day in an office typing on a computer. He got an email from his brother that said that aliens and monsters were attacking his place and asked him for help, so he went, as you do. John Freeman, it's funny because Sometimes he can spell the guy's last name, and sometimes he can't. It's pretty great. John Freeman got his computer shut down and wet. Well, there's your problem right there. You're not supposed to get electronic equipment wet. Lady goggles. Welcome back to your new home, freak. Thank you for 3 months of support. John Freeman got his computer shut down and wet on the platform to go up to the roof of the building where he left, he left his motorcycle. And normal people close because he was in his office lab coat. Right. Yeah, he left his motorcycle on the roof. What's weird about that? Is this ironic? Right. So, first of all, he got his computer shut down. Not like he shut down his computer, but like the computer police came and they were like, shut her down! Time to shut her down! You know, like they came and they were like, nah, whatever you're doing here is illegal. We've got to shut this shit down. The computer police. Up to the roof of the building where he left his motorcycle. Man, that reeks of, who is that filmmaker who made those really bad movies about the chicken nuggets or whatever? The laptop in the car in the desert? Neil Breen. That's it. That's a Neil Breen like screenwriting technique right there. Motorcycle parking on the roof. Doesn't that reek of Neil Breen? New Q69. Welcome to your new home, freak. Chicken nuggets. Yeah, you know why? You want to know why I thought of chicken nuggets? Because the KFC Double Down. That was why I thought the movie involved chicken nuggets. Axum Rad. Well, back to the family. Thank you for 2 months of support. Steve Citrus is applauding. You like that? Stinky mudhole. Well, to your new home, you muddy hole freak. That's disgusting. I love that. Thank you for the sub. It was a tuna can in the movie. I know. Don't worry about it, okay? So he got his computer shut down and wet on the platform to go up to the roof of the building where he left his motorcycle, and normal people close because he was in his office lab coat. Oh, he meant clothes. That was how... I had to read that sentence 5 times to figure out what the fuck he meant by that. Okay, I got it. We're good. We're good. And by the way, the platform to go up to the roof is not an elevator? What is it? Like he's using the window washing platform to like go up and down the building? Why didn't he just say elevator? John Freeman got his motorcycle and said, "It's time for me to live up to my family name and face full life consequences." So he had to go. They said the thing! They said it! Oh, they said it! They said the thing. Title drop. John Freeman ramped off the building and did a backflip. He kept driving down the road and made sure there was no zombies around because he didn't have a weapon. He ramped off the building and did a backflip. Is that... Nolan would do something like that, right? Is this appropriate? Not really. It's more like a Michael Bay thing. Like maybe... I don't know if I have like Michael Bay sounds. But is there really a big difference between Michael Bay sounds and Christopher Nolan sounds? It's like the same shit, right? Yeah, the sound effects. I figured out how to like make my favorite ones, guys. I've got all my all the classics are here. Bruh. And some other surprises that I'll save. So I got the classics, and I've got some new experimental ones One of them makes me concerned. It might be a DMCA. I don't know. Ball Blair says, I still can't believe this was written in 2006. Years ahead of its time, right? The countrisides were nice, and the plants were singing, and the birds and sun was almost down from the top of the sky. John Freeman is a fucking Disney princess. The mood was set for John Freeman's quest to go help his brother where he was. The plants were singing. Like, I understand birds. Did he mean birds? What happened? The plants were singing. Is this fucking Little Shop of Horrors? Why are the plants singing? Feed me, Seymour. Feed my ass. Why are the plants singing, dude? The birds and the sun. The sun was yodeling. Feed me, Seymour. Yeah. That's fucking... I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of like another instance where it's acceptable for plants to sing, and I got nothing. John Freeman looked around the countrysides. It's like, why can he spell sometimes? Wait a minute, is that how you spell countryside? Well, countryside can't be plural, like it's countryside singular. John Freeman looked around the countrysides and said, it's a good day to do what has to be done by me and help my brother to defeat the enemies. It's totally uncalled for. Like, there's no reason for that sound effect to be there. There are two sides to every country. Okay. The side that they show other countries and the side that they keep hidden to themselves. There's probably a lot of truth in that statement. Like, I'm sure you could dig around and find something that makes sense in there, yeah? John Freeman was late, so he had to drive really fast. A cop car was hiding nearby, so when John Freeman went by, the cops came and wanted to give him a ticket. Should have had the Waze app. A cop car was hiding, like hiding Biden. Like, remember when Trump called them hiding Biden? Because he was fucking following fucking pandemic protocol. When John Freeman went by, the cops came and wanted to give him a ticket. Here, John Freeman saw the first monster because the cop was possessed and had head crabs. They make you shampoo for that. I can't give you my license, officer, John Freeman said. Why not? Said the head crab officer back to John Freeman. This is... Alright, so... there's like too much to keep up with, man. He had crabs, but on his head. I know that actually happens in the Half-Life universe. I know. It's like, yeah, there's probably by now there's a shampoo for that, yeah. He was possessed and had head crabs. I can't give you my license, officer. Why not? Because you are head crab zombie. So, John Freeman shot the officer in the head and drove off thinking, my brother is in trouble there, and went faster. So, if you've been paying attention, you will notice that he kept driving down the road and made sure there was no zombies around because he didn't have weapon. So what did he shoot him in the head with, man? Finger guns? What did he shoot him in the head with? John Freeman had to go faster, like the speed of sound, and got there fast because Gordon needed him where he was. John Freeman looked at road signs and saw Ravenholm with Somyan's writing under it saying, "You shouldn't come here." So John Freeman almost turned around but heard screaming like Gordon, so he went faster again. Ah! That's what it sounded like. How did he spell Ravenholm right? What's Ravenholm? I thought that was one of the fucking Harry Potter houses. Yeah. 10 points to Ravenholm. I was not the only one who thought that. Seriously. Does it crosses over with the Zombie Town? What's Zombie Town? This is in fucking Half-Life? Because I don't remember this. I don't remember that. I remember a city. It was in Half-Life 2. I remember a big city with the Combine and shit. Was the abandoned zombie town? I played it years ago, guy. I just don't remember. Ravenholm auto finishes in Google Temmie Knuckle. That explains it. A mad priest with the shotgun. Oh, kind of. Was he wearing like priest clothes? Was he wearing the little collar and shit? I can't give you my license, officer. Why not? Because you are a head crab zombie. The next time I get pulled over, I'm going to try that. I'm going to just be like, no, I can't. No, I can't give you my license. This is a legal strategy. You know how like the lawyers will tell you to just repeat, am I under arrest or am I free to go? Am I under arrest or am I free to go? Has anybody tried because you are a head crab zombie? Am I being detained or am I free to go? I am a sovereign citizen and you have head crabs. I don't have my glasses on, so Jabroni-Chan is going to be squinting a lot. I wanted to get the eye capture better. Jumpy 8. Welcome to your new home, freak! John Freeman drove in and did another flip, because why would you just stop at one? And jumped off his motorbike, and the motorbike took out some head crab zombies in front of John Freeman. So he pulled the fucking Wario, basically, you know, when you can do that in Smash, when you summon the motorcycle. Just get a load of this! John Freeman smiled and walked fast. He had shit haste. John Freeman then looked on the ground and found weapon. So he picked it up and fired fast at zombie goatsies in front of a house. You boys look like you could need more holes. Blam, blam, blam. Zombie goatsies. Yeah, so he still picked up a weapon, even though he apparently already had a weapon, but he didn't have a weapon. I guess in editing, he went and added the encounter with the police officer after the fact. Weapons. He fired fast at zombie ghosts in front of a house. John Freeman said, "Zombie ghosts, leave this place." And the zombie ghosts said, "But this is our house, Dr. Freeman." And John Freeman felt sorry for them because they couldn't live there anymore because they were zombie goatsies. So he blew up the house and killed the zombie goatsies. So they were at peace, like one piece. It was a mercy killing, yeah. It was a pity kill. Like he felt bad, so he blew them up. He felt sorry for them because they couldn't live there anymore. I mean, that solves the problem, like, right? Like if they're dead, then they're not gonna have to worry about anywhere to live, right? So it's just a real fucking like humanitarian over here. Okay. It certainly solved the issue, right? squatting zombie ghosts, like they had become squatters. Their quads are ripped. It's fucking Yakuza callback. Then John Freeman heard another scream from his brother, so he kept walking really, really faster to get where he was. Ah! He picked up the shit haste. They're ghosts. They're dead. Shh. Ghosts need a place to live. Remember, when it comes to ghosts, if you're cold, they're cold. So there's so much wrong with it. It's like I don't even know where to fucking start. Let them in. Yeah, let them in, guys. John Freeman heard another, right, herd as in like a herd of animals, yeah. Heard another scream from his brother, so he kept walking really faster to get where he was. Raven howled them. Hodl. GameStop. Raven howled them was nothing like the countrysides. There was no birds singing, and the pants were dead. And the dirt was messy and bloody from head crabs. I needed my volume mixer. Hold on. There we go. Thank you. The poor pants. Would anybody think of the pants? Obviously he meant plants, right? Raven howled them was nothing like the countrysides. There was no birds singing, and the pants were dead, and the dirt was messy and bloody from head crabs. God, the pants. Rip in peace pants. When John Freeman got to where the screaming was started from, he found his brother Gordon Freeman fighting the final boss. And Gordon said, "John Freeman, over here!" So John Freeman went there to where Gordon Freeman was fighting. John Freeman fired his bullet from the gun really fast, and the bullets went and shot the final boss in the eyes, and the final boss couldn't see. Yep, that'll happen. He found the weak spot. Maybe that's like what the ghosts were about. Like they were the ghosts of all the deceased pants that died in the carnage. When you use the word TEH like that this many times, it has to be ironic. There's no way that there's no way. There's no way. This guy knew exactly what he was doing. It was the style at the time. It was 2006. It's used unironically. It's a shit post, Mike. Is it? I think it might be a shit post. Yeah, it's ironic. It's got to be. Dead pants, TEH. It's not. It's kind of an easy mistake to make, I guess. I think maybe now people are more sensitive to it because it became a meme, right? Gordon Freeman said, "It's time to end this once and for all," and punched the final boss in the face, and the final boss fell. John Freeman said, "Thanks, I could help, bro. Thanks, I could help, bro." And Gordon Freeman said, "You should come here earlier next time." And they laughed. They laughed and laughed. Oh, how they laughed. This is what it sounded like. See, I'm worried that that's going to get me a DMCA. What do you think? Just the fucking base. It definitely will, right? 100%. Okay, this is what it sounded like. No, not the gavel, Midnight Fox. Where was I? I'm half blind. Bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to get contacts for this shit. Or like really thin frame glasses. That was discussed. Get your glasses. The Face ID was fine with them. No, not today. Not today. It wasn't. And who the fuck could tell you why? Today is I put the glasses on and she looked like this. It was not working. The laugh overed quickly though because John Freeman yelled, "Look out, bro!"
Bruh.
And pointed up to the top of the sky. The top of the sky. I'm pretty sure that's like a fucking prog rock song from the band Yes. The top of the sky, the skybox. Maybe it's a flat earther thing. Gordon Freeman looked up and said, "No!" John Freeman, run out of here fast as you can. And John Freeman walked real fast out. John Freeman loped back and saw Gordon get stepped on by the next boss, and he was mad and angry. "I'll get you back, evil boss," John Freeman yelled at the top of lungs. To be continued? And just like that, the chapter was overed. But don't worry, because there's more chapters. Half-Life Full Consequences 2. What has Tob done? John Freeman walked like speed of light. Like, not ran, though, right? He just walked back to his motorcycle and left behind the bad place behind him. The shit haste is real. John Freeman had to ride his motorcycle. So he knows that there's like an E at the end of the word. He had to ride his motorcycle really fast back to the office. Get on your bikes and ride! Back to the office, but John Freeman's gas ran out. John Freeman jumped fast off the motorcycle and landed on dead people's hands. What does that mean? It's just hands? Only hands? Gordon Freeman is now these hands. Dude, you're about to catch these hands. I must kill the next boss and live up to full life consequences. He said the thing again. Cool. Onlyhands.com, yeah. What does that mean, though? What is he trying to say? John Freeman picked up a laser gun, which he now has, and aimed it at trees to see if he could. John Freeman shot, and a tree fell down in front of him. John Freeman seen eggs fall out of the tree, and he put them back home safe. These birds don't have to see Gordon Freeman yet. It's not time. John Freeman said to him, We need to back the fuck up. Several steps. Okay, what are the hands? Yeah, where to start? What are the hands? Does hands mean something else? What the fuck? It's a metaphor for the Iraq War? dead bodies sticking out of the ground like zombie hands poking out of the ground. Okay, I got that. That much makes sense. Gordon Freeman is now these hands. He's become the hands. Okay, so his own brother has become the zombies. Right? I have to believe that that's what's happening. I got that so far. Now he picks up the laser gun and he aims it at trees. To see if he could. What? To see if he could aim it at trees? Listen, I've never picked up a gun in my life. I'm pretty sure I could hit a tree at range. To see if he could. He needed to test his ability to shoot a tree. John Freeman shot, and the tree fell down in front of him. Okay. Why did he shoot the tree, though? Wait. Is this Wispy Woods? Was Wispy Woods causing problems again? John Freeman seen eggs fall out of the tree and he put them back home safe. So the eggs fell out of the tree and then he felt really bad. Like, oh my god, these baby birds might die. Like, he was concerned about that and not the zombie hands. Skogland. Well, back to your new home, freak. Sorry, it's a gift sub to Lanky Lad. Thank you. Well, Lanky Lad, welcome to your new home, you disgusting shit-filled freak. I don't know why you're filled with shit, but you're full of shit now. You're welcome. He was concerned with the baby birds. I am actually seeing like a lot of crossover with the Kirby game we streamed the other night. Is this AI dungeon? Zardov, first of all, thank you for coming tonight. Second of all, holy fucking shit, it is. Actually, we never got anything this fucking incoherent out of AI dungeon. This might be worse than AI dungeon. Like, this came from a human brain. And it wasn't able to cobble together a story that fucking meant anything. Dude, I'm telling you. Like, AI dungeon never gave us anything this incomprehensible. And when he says the birds don't have to see Gordon Freeman yet, what he means is it's not their time to die and go to, like, heaven and meet my brother who is now dead. You really do have to love the fanfics where they fucking murdered the main character and say, like, my self-insert is now the main character, right? Like, you killed the main character of the IP and you say, this is mine now. This is my, yeah. This is my fucking story now. This is my IP now. That takes some fucking serious testicles to do something like that, right? That is ballsy. Because the people who read this are probably not going to be okay with that. I'm 100% this is intentional bad writing. We'll see. I think so too. That's what happened in The Last of Us 2. Based on what I know about it, yes. John Freeman had to walk faster and was back at his office working on a computer. Right, because the motorcycle ran out of gas. Bummer. He looked on the internet and found the next boss. He just Googled it. Where's the next boss? This is me playing Valheim. I know his weakness now, John Freeman said. And after that, he got emails from someone. Maybe it was the spinach. John Freeman opened up the emails and read them. Dear John Freeman, how are you? I miss you at home. Come home safe and soon with Gordon Freeman for Thanksgiving dinner. Love, Mom. Oof. Ooh, big oof. Too soon. Who's gonna tell her? Guys, I love this fan fiction. Thank you so much for making me read this. John Freeman looked at it and got sad and yelled, "I will kill the boss and Gordon Freeman will be happy so." Then he turned off the computer and went on the platform again down to his other more faster motorcycle that had gas in it this time. So he wrote this whole thing where the motorcycle ran out of gas and he had to walk back to his office, and then just created a plot device where there was another motorcycle that had gas in it this time. He turned off the computer. Wow, I'm on like fucking tech support with Dell. I didn't even catch that, yeah. Why is this dude so concerned with like energy consumption, right? So in the first chapter, he had to shut down the computer, and now he's turning it off and on again. Why can't he just leave the computer on? This reminds me of like, this is the opposite of Rev, who left his computer running for 5 straight years. Remember that? Rev, when was the last time you turned off your computer? 2016. Remember that? It's the opposite of Rev, yeah. He cares about the planet. I respect that, I guess. Why is my computer so slow? Because you've had it on sleep mode since fuck 2016, dude. This is being exaggerated. This is being exaggerated to an extent. No, because, listen, if Rev is anything like me, he had heard, and feel free to correct this, but he had heard that every time you turn your computer off and you turn it back on, it uses a colossal amount of energy compared to just leaving it on in sleep mode all the time. I heard that years and years ago. And like even my mom, I think, had heard it and was like, just leave it on sleep mode because if you're turning it on and off, it uses more power. Maybe computers from 20 years ago. Well, it stuck with me for a long time. You know, so if actually you cared about the planet, you were just going to leave your computer on all the time. I can't have been the only one who fucking heard this shit, guys. Sleep mode wastes just as much. Who the fuck knows? Boomer brain. Definitely some boomer shit going on there. Absolutely. I miss you. Come home safe and soon with Gordon Freeman for Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah, this is excellent. He turned off the computer and went on the platform again down to his other, more faster motorcycle that had gas in it this time. Like, don't worry, that's not gonna happen again, right? It's not an elevator, and he's always wet on it, Lamango. Like, how do you make the same typo twice in the same place? There's shenanigans going on here, guys. There's absolutely 100% shenanigans detected. Malarkey detected. Malarkey is detected. Yeah. John Freeman put the laser gun on his motorcycle and his machine gun and his rocket gun that he found on the side of the motorcycle. He went from not having any weapons to having lots of weapons very quickly. He went through the traffic and went fast like lightning back to Ravenholm and back to the bad place where Gordon Freeman was. John Freeman went off-road and did backflips and landed on back wheels, but kept going too. Yeah, he just had complete disregard for traffic laws. Wow. Damn, what a legend. Dude, he doesn't believe in traffic laws like a real hardcore libertarian. Yeah, Bittersweet Devil just said the exact same thing. Did you stop typing it because you heard me saying it out loud, and that's why there's only like half the word there? He doesn't believe in physics laws either. The only thing holding you back is physics. John Freeman went really fast again, like before, and was soon back again at Ravenholm, but saw more zombie goatsies. John Freeman said to them, "Zombie goatsies, I have killed your friends at the old house, and I don't want to shoot your heads. Move near the countrysides, and you will be friends of John Freeman." The zombie goatsies said, "No, we will kill you," and walked fast to John Freeman's motorcycle. Yeah, this is what has Tobe done, Sallykins. It's a shame, but it is what it is. Secret Agent 9, back to your new home, freak. Thank you for 2 months support, freak. The zombie goatsy said, "No, we will kill you," and walked fast to John Freeman's motorcycle. John Freeman waited until they were in front of his motorcycle and backflipped off his bars and shot heads below and landed and walked fast to where the next boss was. "You will be one of us, Dr. Freeman," yelled the dead zombie goatsies. So, like, they're dead to begin with. Then he shoots them. So they're dead twice. But they're still not fully dead because they're speaking to him. So we are on 3 levels of dead now. Right? John Goatsy laughed and shot a rocket at them. My bad. 4 levels of dead. So they are on now stage 4 of being dead, okay? Nope, not triple, quadruple. John Freeman saw the next boss far down the road and walked slow this time. He learned his lesson. 4th degree dead. He walked really slow like a turtle. Man, what a beautiful metaphor. And sat down on a rock and watched the next boss near the dead last boss and where the place that Gordon Freeman was. The next boss was laughing at John Freeman. So John Freeman said, "You will not laugh at me!" and shot a rocket at him, since that was his weakness. He saw it on the Valheim wiki. The next boss died, and John Freeman was happy. He walked over to the dead bosses and put them under the ground and planted pants on them. So instead of messy dirt and dark, there was pretty things there now to be happy. It's about time Goatsy put some pants on. I support this. John Freeman walked to where Gordon Freeman was lying dead and crushed from the next boss's feet and looked down. A tear dropped out of John Freeman's eye and landed on Gordon Freeman, and I have not read this far. But do we want to do bets on whether or not that brings him back to life? You want to take a bet? Most of you have read this already. How many of you have not read this before? Mike, people can just Google the story. Okay, never mind. Forget it. People gonna ruin everybody's fun. A tear dropped out of John Freeman's eye and landed on Gordon Freeman. So I'm assuming it's gonna be like Snow White or some shit, where the power of brotherly love brings his brother back to life. Reinhardt was in the middle of making it. Well, they have a point, right? People can just Google this shit and find out and then bet accordingly. It happened. This is what happened with Pikachu. This is the because I love you. Right? This is what happened. Dear. This is that scene. Yeah. Right. Also, why the fuck did he give like a proper burial to the fucking to the monsters? It was the Mewtwo movie? You know, I feel like I just watched that when they put the remake of it on Netflix, and I don't remember that shit. And I don't remember Pikachu talking in that movie. Bike, by the way, bike. The clones cried for... Oh, yeah. All the fucking... And the tears made like a big current in the sky, and it was complete stupid bullshit. Yeah. Skelesaur. Welcome to your new home, freak. Thank you for that. Oh, that sub. Unknown asks, how many subs do I have to gift for you to read a Bunglepuss and Squand Dog fan fiction I made for you to read? No amount of gift subs or money will make me do that. Mike, I think you were talking about Independence Day. Guys, I can't read fics that you wrote because it kind of like defeats the purpose of the entire fucking thing. I can't have people specifically writing fics for these streams. We thought about this, we considered it, and we decided that can't happen. That can't be a thing. No, that can't be a thing. But I appreciate the sentiment, though. Unknown. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you. But no fucking way in hell are we doing that. Skogland on the third is gifting subs anyway. Askira Purple, Goyas +2, Toaster Mitts, and Droops. Well, to your new home, pigs. Freak pigs. And V Genesis is doing it too. Thank you, V Genesis. Probably Mix Kane, Olathian Whiskey, Aaron Yeager, and Arrivederci. Welcome to your new home, fuckers. How is the avatar tracking you so well? That is the magic of Tita, Titanium, and also Mountain Dew. The Dew has put so much effort into this and helping get this compatible with the Wadayo phone app that it's kind of ridiculous. I owe Mountain Dew like at least 1 BJ, probably like 5 BJs. Zardav, thank you for the gift subs as well. Blue Lufa, Lopsided Kitten, Anundio, Coffee Cat, and Johnny Sins. Welcome to your new fucking home, you disgusting freaks. Relos, welcome back to the family. Thank you for 7 months of support. I know Mountain Dew put a lot of work into helping me do this, and obviously Tita too. So like Mountain Dew knew how to do the whole thing with the. I have to shout them out and thank them because they put an unreal amount of work into this. Just because they wanted to help, you know, like I didn't give them any money or anything. So Dew like edited the file to make it compatible with the phone software and taught me how to network it. And then Tita went ahead and edited the file further to make it more compatible with the expressions and stuff. So, again, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you. Right. I wanted to get back to the fix. Sorry. Where the fuck was we at over here? Okay, so slow like a turtle. You will not laugh at me. He shot him with the rocket and instantly killed him. Kind of anticlimactic. He walked over to the dead boss and he didn't, bury them. He just put them under the ground and planted pants on them. Right, the pants. So instead of messy dirt and dark, there were pretty things there now to be happy because, of course. John Freeman walked to where Gordon Freeman was lying dead. and a tear dropped out of his eye and landed on him. "You are dead, bro. And I killed the evil boss," John Freeman told Gordon Freeman. Then John Freeman saw something bad. A head crab was on Gordon Freeman. Gordon Freeman standed up and said, "John Freeman, you got here slow, and now I am zombie ghost. You will pay." Oh, there it is. I need my glasses, dude. Wow, what a fucking twist. Oh my god. In fact, I think we could even get away with this one too. What'll happen next? Holy fuck. Chapter 3. Hero beginning. Beginning. Hero beginning. Like begging strips, the dog treats. Henry Freeman has to fight combines and save humankind. Who the fuck is Henry Freeman now? Who's Henry? In the future, the world was dark and scary. One day, combines came, and that's how you spell no one. No one knew why. It's just I've always like thought that every time I see that word. Nooni. Wait a minute. We kind of time skipped from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2, right? So, what was the point of ending it that way then? Like, why? It was always Half-Life 2. I'm just confused. He introduced a new brother. So they had a cliffhanger, and then we don't see what happened at the end of the cliffhanger. A part of me makes me think like I'm skipping a chapter or something. Combines were robot things that weren't robots. They were robot things that weren't robots. Thanks. With ugly faces and sometimes glowing eyes, and slaved people in the city and made them angry and sad. Henry Freeman, who was living in the city with his mom, said, "Mom, why are combines here?" And she said, "Henry Freeman, combines are from science and outer space and hate humans." Outer space. Henry Freeman hated combines because they beat up everyone, and Henry Freeman hated it. He hates it. He hates it. "But why are they beating up that girl?" Henry Freeman said to his mom. "Because she is human, Henry Freeman, and they are evil combines." Henry Freeman's mom said back, "Hey, you combines, stop beating her up, you evil guys!" Henry Freeman yelled loud at them. "Shut up, kid, or you will pay," the combine said, and aimed their laser guns at Henry Freeman's head. "Combines, don't aim your lasers!" yelled Mom. Then the combines shot her and left. "Ah, stupid human girl with no head," they said with smiles. Henry Freeman grabbed his mom's hand and said, "Mom, you're a beautiful soul, and combines will pay." Henry Freeman, no! Get out of here fast as you can! Henry Freeman's mom said and died. Rip. Then Henry Freeman grabbed a weapon and shot the Combines in the heart and said, "This is not over." What the fuck is it? Sonic Forces 2, The Weepon Chronicles, featuring classic Sonic. Summer 2021. I can't wait. Here's a great point. She told him, Henry Freeman, no, get out of here fast as you can, from her fucking neck hole? Maybe she said it with sign language, like they know American Sign Language for some reason. I still have no explanation as to how the fuck or who the fuck Henry Freeman is. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Man, so fucking Gordon is dead and a zombie head crab, I guess. And now their mom is dead, so only John and Henry are left. Thanksgiving is going to be like really depressing this year. Nihilist Gangster is fucking saying the exact fucking thing that I'm saying as I'm saying it. This chat needs to get the fuck out of my head. Tonight. That's the second time that we were like fucking soul bonded, guys. The people around Henry Freeman cheered and smiled and said, "Good job, Henry Freeman. We hate those Combines." Combines made people afraid. And when Henry Freeman killed them, it gave them hop. So they could all make a delicious pale ale. And then give it to Pam in Stardew Valley. Because that fucking lazy bitch can't go fucking get her own pale ale. Fun story. I was playing Stardew Valley not too long ago, and I made the pale ale to bring it to Pam. And I'm looking around, right? I'm going all over the fucking town, and I'm like, where is this bitch? Because I don't, I ignore all the fucking villagers in Stardew Valley. You know me, I've ignored them for years. But at this one point, I decided I was going to do it. And I can't find her. And I'm like, what's the one place that I didn't look? The bar? Certainly she won't have me bring her a fucking pale ale while she's in the bar. She's in the bar. And I went and gave her the pale ale, and she's like, oh, great, thanks. And she drinks it. And I'm like, you fucking cunt. You're in a bar. Why are you having me not only, like, bring it to you, but fucking make it from scratch? Oh my god, fuck you! You could have just bought one right there, you fucking cheap bitch! Are you kidding me? There's the angry face. Look, she's so angry. Oh my god. That's terrifying. Fuck. She was flexing your simpage, I guess. Combines, we are not scarred no more. But Combines, we are not scarred no more, said Henry Freeman, and everyone around Henry Freeman said, yeah! And grabbed laser guns and rocks. Henry Freeman and the people walked fast like waves and went to the Combine Tower that was big like the sky. It's big sky country. Where do you human think you are going? A big Combine army with lots of striders said. To send you back to science and outer space. Henry Freeman yelled with mad, attack the Combines! Henry Freeman yelled again. to go back to science. Yeah. What does it mean? What does it mean? I guess they're saying, like, because Half-Life is very much a story of hubris, of human hubris and playing God, you know, that they came from science, right? Reject monkey, return to science. Is it? Yes, what was the inciting incident in the entire fucking Half-Life universe? It was fucking humans playing God and shit. Right? Like Black Mesa is like a fucking Hadron Collider type of a fucking thing, isn't it, guys? Yes, it is. And humans were the ones who opened the fucking portal that let the Vortigaunts come through or whatever the fuck. Yes? That's G-Man's fault. I think it's hubris. I think it's hubris. The portal was an accident. Yeah, but it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for hubris. The whole fucking thing is hubris. It's all hubris. Can you tell I really enjoy saying the word hubris? Damn you, human hubris! What did hubris do to you? The war was going and blowing things up when Henry Freeman saw a gravity gun on the ground.
Come on, it is time to do what has to be done and live up to my family name.
Henry Freeman whispered with head down. Live up to my family name? Like literally free man? Like not being controlled by the Combines or whatever? Is that what? Or he means like live up to the name in the sense of the exploits of his brothers? He actually said to be and not Tobe, which I'm very impressed by, and I'm very proud of him. The Combines were shooting people and steeping on them with striders, and people were shooting laser guns back and killing them sometimes. Explosions like 10 times of the sun. What? Went around Henry Freeman, but Henry Freeman didn't care. Explosions like 10 times of the sun, what? Are you talking about like a fucking supernova? What does that mean? 10 times the energy of the sun? Yeah, there would be no remnant left of the entire planet at that point. Like, what the fuck does he... Nevertheless, Henry Freeman did not care. It's like, yeah, you'd have no choice but to care. It would be out of your hands.
Humankind is losing and I need to help,
Henry Freeman said. Then a big rocket came down and blew a guy's arm off and legs and head and killed other people too. Damn. Henry Freeman saw the dead going on all around. Don't open. Dead inside. Don't dead. Open inside. A big rocket came down and blew a guy's arm off and legs and head and killed other people too. I love that sentence. That might be my favorite sentence ever in a fanfic reading. Henry Freeman saw the dead going on all around. The Combine were too strong and big. But Henry Freeman didn't care neither. Henry Freeman put the gravity gun on and started to throw striders and at buildings. The buildings fell. You just spelled the word building. It's right there, man. Fell and made dust and smoke and blinded combines. So Henry Freeman used the gravity gun to throw them into the sky, really high, and make them squish. I feel like every one of these streams I have to invent a new sound. The people were whining.
Oh man, this sucks. What's the deal with all these combines, man? This is just... Well, this is cool.
Fucking Mobility Mary is like running around fucking bitching loudly and sarcastically on her fucking mobility scooter, like dodging explosions and shrapnel.
Well, great! There's an explosion that's 10 times the sun in my way. Well, this is cool. Excuse me.
The people were whining, but then glowing things went in the sky and combines came out. Mobility Freeman, yeah.
Henry Freeman, we have to get out of here.
A guy said to Henry Freeman. Remember somebody made art like that where they put Mobility Mary in the Fallout universe? And she was really annoyed because there was like an ogre encampment like blocking the road. She was like, "You can't do this, excuse me." Remember that art? That was fucking awesome. No, they are everywhere, another guy said. The Dark Man? Is that like the G Man? What the fuck does he mean by that?
You are surrounded. Prepare to die.
The Dark Man said. The Dark Man. Don't think it, don't say it. 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 The Pee Pee Poo Poo Man. Coming to theaters this summer. Prepare. It's like when you set up the Bluetooth prior to actually needing it. Don't forget to prepare your devices. The Prepare Poo Poo Man. The Prepare Poo Poo Man. Yes. Henry Freeman looked around. Combines with laser guns were there. Everybody's here. Henry Freeman knew if humans lost now, it would be sad forever. Fight! Henry Freeman yelled. People runned toward the Combines to kill them, and the Combines were going to shoot all the people in a second when a bright light came into sky. A shiny thing like the Combines came from opened in the sky, and a guy came out. Combines, leave my son alone, John Freeman said. There he is, finally. He's back. I was sort of expecting John Freeman to never never become relevant again. Meanwhile, he's fucking Jesus. He has died. He has risen. He has opened again. Yeah, this is complete dog shit. Wow. Fuck. He has died. He is Freeman. He will come again. Okay, guys. This is the last chapter of Half-Life Full Consequences. The name is so good? Like, the name of it is competent, and like he spelled consequences correctly and everything. Like, you hear Half-Life Full Consequences, a part of you is gonna expect, like, at least a halfway decent fic, right? Because the name is good. Like, it was a good idea. You know? Like it's catchy, right? Half-Life Full Consequences?
Half-Life Full Consequences. Uh-oh, what's gonna go on here?
No, I think it's a great name. I like it. I unironically love the name of this fanfic. It sounds like a ship fic. It does. Like, what's the consequences of getting a Vortigaunt Empreg? Like, you know, like that. Head crab piche. Oh, that's cursed. Let's go on to chapter number 4. Half-Life Full Life Consequences. Free Man. John Freeman backflipped out of the sky and landed beside Henry Freeman. Henry Freeman looked at John Freeman in the eyes and cry falled out and said,
"My dad has died."
It has to be ironic. It has to be. It has to be, guys. Cry falled out. What do we like better? This is gonna be the next Splatfest after the next Splatfest. Cry falled out versus teardropped. Are you team cry falled out or team teardropped? John Freeman went sad at the ground, then moved head real fast up. Combines, you killed the wife? Oh, right. So Henry Freeman is his son. Okay. Combines, you killed wife?
Yes, John Freeman,
the dark man said after.
Henry Freeman's mom is shot in the head.
The dark man said again. I always got to try to do that. The Snape voice. I like the Snape voice. You broke... Douglas, you broke grill? Yeah. Douglas, you broke grill? That's fucking excellent. You broke my wife? You broke my wife? I loved wife like sun rays. Dark man, you will suffer. John Freeman panted and yelled. John Freeman jumped into sky with kicks and hit Dark Man, and the Dark Man's mask ripped off, and John Freeman seed ugly combine face, but it looked like human too. He's a hybrid. What? Damn. Fuck it, why not? Solbia says, hi. Is this getting less competent? Yes. And that's fucking amazing when you consider how, like, not competent it was to begin with. It just goes to show you, man, every time you think you hit rock bottom, there's always, there's always the liquid hot magma core of the fucking earth, right? The dark man scrumbled? Guys, how do you like your eggs? Oh, I like them scrumbled over easy. Break his back!
Make him scrumble!
What the fuck?
You are the jabroni of the earth. I will make you scrumble.
Dude, what the fuck? What do you mean? Alright. So, if you look on your keyboard, right? Look at the distance between the A button and the U button. You have to try very hard to make that typo. There's no way you're doing that by accident, right? Because obviously he meant scrambled. There are different keyboard layouts, to be fair. What, you think you mean like foreign keyboards? Like you think he did it on a... Alright, well find me the fucking keyboard where the A and the U are next to each other, and then I'll start believing that that wasn't deliberate. Scrumbled. Holy fucking shit. Oh, that's excellent. The Dark Man scrumbled back to Combines. And Combines went to shoot John Freeman, but Henry Freeman throwed grenade for John Freeman to shot them in faces. Okay. Grenade. It's like a fucking, like a charity concert for grandmas. Everybody, like, they get U2 and everybody, you know, and like what's left of Queen, and everybody comes together and does grenade. Aqueous ablution. Welcome back to the family, sir. Thank you for 34 months support, you freak. Grenade! It's the, yeah, Granddad, yeah. Grenade Flintstones? Grenade. Or it's like, juice made from grandmas. Juicy juice? Grenade. Prune juice, sure. So the idea was that Henry Freeman threw the grenade, and then John Freeman like shot at the grenade to make it explode in their faces. Is that what that was? What if like he just threw the grenade and it blew up anyway because that's what grenades do? Like, what about that? Why not that? It's Dante from Devil May Cry. Why, does Dante do shit like that? I never played those games. You will suffer. You broke my wife, Douglas? I'm still not over that. I lost my spot completely, yeah. Son, take people and leave the city. It's time I have to kill the enemies and make evil go away from here. Forest of time. Run, Forest, run. John Freeman said to Henry Freeman and people. Freeman. He's spelling it right. It's just Freeman. There's no problem at this point. I'm just like, I'm inserting it in and like making it worse than it actually is, which is kind of a remarkable phenomenon. Free your mans. John Freeman, we fight, people said, and didn't go nowheres.
Damn, humans have to fight for freedom.
Henry Freeman said, and didn't go nowhere neither. Double negatives twice in a row. I love it. Can we get more of those, please? That's my favorite. Freedom. Can we just make evil go away from here, Forest of Time? What could that possibly mean? Like, sometimes I like to take a second just to try to figure out what the fuck the person could have meant. I know that's indecipherable, but for the rest of time, go away from here for rest of time. I'm thinking about like a mystical forest where time doesn't move. Or some shit. You know what I mean? Like some like some Zelda shit, you know what I mean? That's what he fucking meant. Holy shit, what an idiot. Fuck, that's staggeringly fucking dumb. Forrest Gump of time. Yeah, Gump. More like Forrest Dump. Because this whole thing is a fucking wet, dewy dump of shit. It makes me want to take a dump. Like, it's activating my bowels because of how bad it is. Got him. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm bad. John Freeman was frayed for the first time. Frayed. Like, that's like the third time we saw that, and he just didn't put the A in the front of the word. Like, maybe he's trying to be cute or something. John Freeman was frayed for the first time. He didn't want nothing. Yes, we got another double negative. He didn't want nothing to happen to Henry Freeman because Henry Freeman was John Freeman saw Combine start to run like monsters to humans. And Henry Freeman and saw Henry Freeman and humans run like Brave to Combines. I need to be rebooted. Can somebody unplug me and plug me back in, please? Who's got this? You okay, Mike? You smell toast? Just hit the surge protector again. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember how I'm doing that. The fuck? Nanny the fuck? I'm not even gonna try to read that again because it just hurt too much. John Freeman got quiet, then dropped Weepon and said, I have to kill fast and bullets too slow. You're too slow, you're too... And started killing Combines with bare hands. Yeah, he just morphed. He's like a fucking Animorph or whatever. Yeah, his hands transformed into bare hands. Oh, I understand why this is such a beloved fanfic. Yeah, this is just outstanding. This is fucking awesome. And you know what? It kind of doesn't matter if it's ironic or not. Right? Time to kill fast and bullet slow, and I'm all out of bullet. So, bare hands are faster than bullets in this case. John Freeman, fuck. John Freeman was killing Combines and barking necks. Woof, woof! Wait, I eat dog shit now? John Freeman was killing Combines and barking necks. Woof, woof, woof! and humans, and Henry Freeman was behind, shooting at Combines at front. Now, Combines got scarred and ran back to the Darkman, who was at the door to the big tower that was big onto the sun, and went around the Darkman and got ready to fight again. Then the Darkman pressed the button that made the big tower glow and smoke. Gordon is back now? Oh, that's the Darkman. That's the twist.
Bruh. Bruh, bruh, bruh.
That's the twist. Fuck. It's Dark Gordon, yeah. Who is his brother, right? Okay. It's a family affair. John Freeman, you let next boss step on me and made me headcrab zombie. Combines came and put science in me and made me live and strong and big now. I make you and Henry Freeman headcrab zombie. Prepare to die, Gordon Freeman said. Yeah, let's take a minute with that one. John Freeman, you let next boss step on me and made me headcrab zombie. The next boss, okay. Combines came and put science in me. This is when you just, like, use a test tube as a butt plug. Combines came and put science in me, which don't do, by the way, because that's glass. And made me live and strong and big now. I make you Henry Freeman. I make you and Henry Freeman headcrab zombie. Prepare to die. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're up to speed. Gordon Freeman, you are my bro, and I killed next boss. Combine science is bad and made you tricked, bro. Stop the button and glowing, John Freeman said. No! Gordon Freeman angered back. He angered back. Wow, that's a verb now, huh? Angered. Oh, that's beautiful. What is weird about it is I could see it working using anger as a verb. Like if you anger something, and you just. I mean, it's not, but maybe it could be, you know? Maybe it could be. Unfortunately, on planet Earth, in the real world, we don't get to just make up whatever we want and just decide that words mean what we want them to mean. But, yeah, I guess how, like, cringe became a verb, right? Or a noun. Potato idea, yeah. Words, man, we made them up. Okay, that's a good point, but people who write fanfics like this and have no grasp of fucking grammar definitely don't get to do it, okay? That is a consensus of the entire world. Alright, this person does not get to do it. Okay, that's my point. Gordon Freeman teleportailed to John Freeman and hit him with crowbar right in the heart with the pointy end. And hit him with crowbar, and he did the thing with the crowbar, and the thing. And John Freeman tried to grab it, but couldn't. So he punched Gordon Freeman instead. Falcon Punch! Freeman punch? I had to do it that way because I didn't have the Falcon Punch. I could find it, though. Hold on. I can find it real quick. Let me see that. Yeah, I got it.
Falcon Punch!
It's right there. You're welcome. John Freeman and Gordon Freeman was fighting for life and death when the Combines and humans started shouting each other again. Sounds kinky. Henry Freeman got in front of humans and saw the tower smoke and glow more and more like lightning clouds. Henry Freeman shout, "It will explode!" So Henry Freeman and the people shot bullets and bombs at Combines so humankind could press the button and make it stop. Then Henry Freeman went to a Combine's car and shoot all the Combines in it and went to the top. Not went to the top! And used the turret gun. Henry Freeman made the turret gun. Shoot Combines and bullets cut them in 2 1/2. Man, that's some complicated math for the situation, don't you think? Henry Freeman kept shooting Combines, and the rest of the humans got closer and closer to Button to stop it. 2 1/2 Combines. Yeah, it's a sitcom now. I'm terrified of the DMCA, guys. That Seinfeld music, it's like 10 seconds. How could it be a DMCA? I really want to fucking you. I really want to. It will DMCA you. It's not worth it. It's never worth it. Except this time. Except it's worth it this time. Henry Freeman. Okay, so we're here. Henry Freeman kept shooting Combines, and the rest of humans got closer and closer to Button to stop it. The Combines shot at the humans and made some die. But no one cared. Because they had to do it. They did what had told done. Then, Combine started coming out of the hug tower to stop the humans. With hugs. They're hoping that by embracing them warmly and gently, it'll just make all the violence stop, and they'll calm down, and they'll be like, "Oh, you know what? Maybe we should put our differences aside and focus on what we have in common, right? And just end all the violence." Yeah. It's heartwarming, really.
Bruh.
There was too much Combines, and humans couldn't go to the Button no more. They couldn't go to the Button no more. And the tower was all smoke and glow now, except for a little bit. John Freeman knew it was too late, and humans couldn't stop Button. John Freeman had barley time. Oh yeah, it's barley time. Ding, ding, ding. No, it's beautiful, dude, because we have hops time and the barley time. Dude, so much beer. Beer for days. Chug, 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 chug. Pam is going to be so hungover. Barley and hops time was Wednesday. Yeah. Well, guys, I hope you're still feeling a little bit of the luck of the Irish, because we're going to move on to Steven Universe in a bit, and Pearl really hates Irish people, so that's going to be interesting, right? Yeah, there's a whole fic just about her hating Irish people. It's kind of fucked up. It might be like a little bit too spicy for TOS. That's not a thing. I'm just exaggerating. That's not happening in the fic. You know what beer that's delicious uses hops and roasted barley in their recipe, guys? Yep, it's Guinness. Yeah, they do. Roasted. No, not roasties. There's another ingredient that I'm forgetting. Whatever, fuck it. They roast something. No, they roast like a seed or something. Malt? Nah, I don't. Guys, the science of beer is extremely complicated to me. It's not cum. Oh my god, it's not cum. Guys, stop it. It's not cum. Oh, holy shit, it's not cum. No, it's not cum, guys. They're not going to give me the fucking sponsorship if you fucking sit here and say that there's cum in their beer. Okay? Guys, stop saying cum, and they're not going to give me money. It's not cum. Oh my god. They're at Guinness headquarters right now watching this. They're like, dude, send this guy a contract right now. He's willing to say our beer doesn't have cum in it. He's the best spokesperson we ever had. Thank you for the bets, Avery. Bro, it is time. I'm sorry. John Freeman said to Gordon Freeman. Time for you to die, John Freeman. Gordon Freeman said back. No, bro, John Freeman said, then kicked Gordon Freeman into part of the face that was like Combines. So he exists as a combination, a hybrid of a human and a Combine, right? So he was very careful to only kick the part of his face that was the Combine part of his face and not the regular human part of his face. Am I understanding that correctly? What's the Combine? I thought that the Combine was the dudes who run around with like the gas masks on, like the bad guys in that game, right? Isn't that what that is? Yeah. So I guess like half of his face has the gas mask on it. Those are civil protection. They're like collaborators with the Combine. They're like humans that collaborate with the Combine. Aren't some Combine humans that have been modified by the higher-ups Combine aliens? I don't know. Let's fucking not give a shit. What do you think, guys? Okay, so it says... The science flew off Gordon Freeman's face and landed and blowed up in a boom! And Gordon Freeman stood and fall at the same time. That sounds difficult. Bruh. Gordon Freeman said, so John Freeman got closer to the ground like Gordon Freeman. Combines made me tricked, bro. I'm sorry. Gordon Freeman said. I know, bro, but you are a hero. John Freeman said back to Comfort Gordon. No! No, please! Not that! Holy shit! How are you gonna tell me this isn't intentional? How are you gonna fucking tell me that this isn't deliberate? How are you gonna tell me? How are you gonna fucking tell me that this isn't ironic, right? Comfort. Well, it's technically, guys, it's comfort. Okay, so that's like communicating with farts. Like. Which is probably like a form of communication for some, extraterrestrial beings in a faraway solar system where they're just very gassy creatures because of the environment that they evolved in, and like they have to fart to speak to each other and like different intonations and stuff like that, right? I bet you that's real, man. You know, you got billions, 18 quintillion possibilities out there. It's so cursed. Yes, these like, imagine aliens that essentially communicate in queefs. Man, science is awesome. V Genesis. Well, back to your new home, freak. Thank you for 4 months of support. You got 18 quintillion fucking planets. There's definitely like, yeah, a species that communicates with farts. Treasure Planet made that joke. What is Treasure Planet? Mike, species here do that. Fish do that? Oh, shut the fuck up. That means it's even more likely. Dr. Balls, PhD, says, I fucking love science. Yeah. Oh, but guys, by the way, don't forget about Irish anal. Just in time for cum farts. Irish anal. He doesn't know. Of course he doesn't know. So the science flew off of his face. What does he mean by that? Like the part of his face that had all the technology on it? He just doesn't know what it is, or he doesn't know how to explain it. So he just calls it science. Yeah, you know, the science-y stuff. The science, duh. Yeah. Save humans and Henry Freeman, Gordon Freeman said quiet like pain. Pain! And breathed slower and slower. John Freeman had Gordon Freeman and saw eyes shut and the breath stopped. But Gordon Freeman had smiles on face. Yep. What a legend. What a hero. John Freeman let go Gordon Freeman and went up back on his feet and loked his head around. Hold on, I'm gonna try to loke my head around. That's difficult, and it hurts. It hurts a lot too. I should mention. Yeah. This was a mistake. Remember when I got her head to turn upside down? I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. I had my hands in front of the phone. Yep, I'm gonna work on that on my free time. You covered your eye, yeah? It's not working, fuck it. I'll figure it out, don't worry. Alright, so his breath stopped. John Freeman let go Gordon Freeman and went up back on his feet and loked his head around and saw trees and animals and humans. Then looked at Glowy Tower and knew what has Tobe done. Son and people, get back! John Freeman said out real loud. So Henry Freeman front flipped off turret and went with people back to John Freeman and ducked bullets and rackets. Oh no, not rackets! It's a racket! The whole thing's a fucking racket! He was like running towards freedom with all the people, and everybody kept trying to stop him and get him to join like a multi-level marketing scheme. The deadliest weapon of all, rackets. Yeah, he's ducking tennis rackets, although I believe tennis racket is spelled with a Q. Is it R-A-Q-U-E-T-S? Isn't that right? No? Where did I get that from? Why did I think that? Racquetball, because racquetball is a sport? R-A-C-Q-U-E-T. Yeah. British people spell racket like that? They spell everything stupid. They really do. And they don't use the letter Z. How often do you see something written in British and there's an S when it's like, guys, that was a perfect opportunity for you to use Z. Like, why are they so averse to using Zs? I'm sorry, Zs. Why are they so against using Zs? Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
Nom 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 nom. Yump. Humph. Yumph. Humph.
Sorry, so he's ducking tennis rackets. Son, take people on motorcycle and leave city. Make people safe, son, and nothing happen to them, John Freeman said to Henry Freeman.
But Dad, I fight!
Henry Freeman said. No, son, go with people, John Freeman said. So Henry Freeman and humans went on motorcycle. Oh, all of them?
So they either all fit on the motorcycle,
or every single one of them owns a motorcycle. It's a clown car? Yeah, but guys, it's a motorcycle. Like, at least with the clown car, it's like you can have like a TARDIS inside of it where it's bigger on the inside. You know, the motorcycle, you just sit on it. So how the fuck are you fitting thousands of people into a motorcycle? They stack? That's very precarious, yeah. Or okay, here's an idea. It's a very, very long motorcycle. That would be more stable than doing it vertically, yeah. Like a limousine motorcycle, essentially, yeah. Okay. Clown car motorcycle. But which one is funny? Definitely the stacking. It's like you're playing that Mount Your Friends game, you know, and everybody's got to fucking like lodge on top of each other to get the tower as high as possible. And then the person driving has to, they have to drive really exceptionally carefully. Otherwise, they'll topple the tower of humans and humans. Part-time UFO, yeah. Like a fucking skyscraper of flesh moving on the horizon. That's fucked. Oh, man, that's intensely stupid. Imagine the pain experienced by the person on the bottom of the stack. And that's the person who has to drive, too. Fuck. Just wobbling back and forth precariously. Henry Freeman started on motorcycle and started to go, but slow, because he didn't want to. He wanted to help, and he wanted to stay and fight with his father, right? The Combine saw and said, "Stop the humans!" and went charge at motorcycle. John Freeman walked towards Combines and made fists with his hands. Because I would have assumed he did it with his feet. John Freeman punched
Welcome, punch!
and hit Combines in front, but all Combines in back shot rockets and machine guns. Yeah, it's good. I'm imagining like the Pushins, like, you know, those little like fat cats, but they shoot like mashed potatoes. Machine guns, and they're very, very polished. Very polished weapons. They got a lot of bloom, you know, like you look at them, it like blinds you. A rocket hit John Freeman. But he got up and killed more Combines, so there's really no point for the rocket to hit him, right? Then a combine went at John Freeman's back and stabbed him. Stabbed him. But John Freeman got knife out and stabbed Combine in brain. That's like brain theory of the universe. Like, you know, when they talk about string theory and they're like, oh, all the alternate dimensions that are next to each other, but they call them brains. That's how they spell it. Also, Nife. He got stabbed with the Nife. Man, I hate when that happens. So Combines got close and hit John Freeman body with bullets, but John Freeman kicked Combine's back. So again, feet beats bullets. The bullet holes only made him faster and stronger. Like Lee from Yakuza 0. So check it out, right? He gets hit with the rocket. Then he gets stabbed. And then he gets riddled with bullets, but none of it is any fucking impediment to him whatsoever. The speed holes make him more aerodynamic, Elake, exactly. John Freeman kept fighting Combines and put head up to tower and saw it go bright and break. You broke my tower, Douglas? Then turned around in last second and saw a motorcycle in far off safe place and was happy. Yeah, because thousands of people stacked on top of the motorcycle, you're going to be able to see it from like very far away, right? Henry Freeman and the people in the motorcycle in the motorcycle. They're not even trying to make this make sense, man. The people in the motorcycle saw the tower go like million stars and fire and loud noises. Then the people went down, but Henry Freeman kept going and didn't say nothing. After the world was nice and humans had new city and happy. Because the Combines was gone and nobody was slave or sad. President Henry Freeman and people and animals and earth had peace, and in the middle of a new city was a statue that said, John Freeman, savior of humans. Not savior, but like saver. Which also works, actually. Crisis averted. The end. Now, we are going to take a extremely, extremely short break. And I mean like extremely fucking short. Because I know, can I bitch about something for a second? The other night, this is just bear with me, okay? Because this is bothering me, okay? What is the length of that fucking Big the Cat ASMR video? Like a minute? 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Two fucking minutes. Okay? I went to pee. I come back 2 minutes later, and I looked at the view count before I left. And now, normally I don't look at the fucking view count, but I did that night. Okay, I was curious. Fucking like 50 people could not wait 2 minutes while I pissed and left. I'm not exaggerating that. 50 fucking people could not wait for me to piss. 2 minutes. 50. What the fuck? Was it the ASMR was too painful? Alright. I'll put on a different video then. Oh, well, actually, I can't. I can't because I don't have that set up. I fucked up. I don't have a BRB set up in this OBS profile. Okay. No video this time. I'm just gonna piss. I'm just gonna piss. Okay, fuck. I'm basically I'm baffled by people who can't wait fucking like 30 fucking seconds for somebody to take a piss. That is insane to me. But whatever. Leave the mic on. All right, hold on a minute. I googled chicken frying sound effects, and I found a YouTube video. It's called Chicken Wings Frying ASMR. That's chicken frying. Oh, V Genesis, thank you for the gift sub to Loudest P Stream.
Welcome to the family, piss.
It's like, I don't get it, because people will sit through the garbage fucking streams, but then it's like, oh, there's a BRB fucking image up for like 2 seconds. I'm leaving now. This is a waste of my fucking time for 15 fucking seconds. People did leave. I didn't look. I'll take your word for it. But yeah, it happens to every fucking streamer. This is why fucking streamers wear diapers. Because people can't sit and look at a fucking BRB screen for fucking like 10 seconds. People are watching a guy sleep for 9 hours each night, Puma says. Like a sleep stream? It's not about waiting. Sometimes people wait for a good endpoint to leave. Yeah, but on the fucking scale of fucking tons of people like that? Like that was the other night I had the view count up. The other night was fucking because I wanted to see the phenomenon. It was 50 fucking people. That is a significant amount of people to be like, fuck no, I'm not gonna sit through a BRB. Fuck this guy. What? Maybe it was the ASMR video. I guess I won't play that one anymore. Okay, so listen, guys. I've got some Steven Universe fanfics here. I have two in particular. One of them, the first one that I'm going to read, it's going to take a while to get through this one. Because it's long. It's very stupid. Conceptually, and the writing is bad. Is bad. And the other one that I have is a lot shorter, but like maybe stupider. How many people here are not familiar with Steven Universe? How many people? Okay, so let me explain really quickly the concept, right? So, I forgot. Steven after not surviving. Now listen. Okay, so there's a race of like an ancient race of aliens. Think like an ancient alien type thing. And they're fucking crystals, right? They're made out of crystals, and they have like they're like fascists and stuff because like if the crystals aren't perfect, then they don't get to be in the society and all this shit. It's funny because the cartoon actually fucking touches on some surprisingly adult themes. Honestly, it does. You'd be fucking surprised that it gets as heavy as it does for a kid's show. That's actually part of the reason why I liked it, but. That's all spoilers. Nobody's gonna watch this fucking shit anyway, okay? Especially at this point. The music is also really good. That I like that a lot. About it a lot too. And basically, so there's a couple of these aliens, and they come to Earth. By the way, there's no men in the race, and they're all lesbians because there's no men for whatever reason. And they come to Earth, and there's this kid, Steven Universe. And he's got like a gem in his belly button, so it's like he's kind of is a crystal gem. So the point is, they have to keep fighting like aliens and bad guys and stuff. It's that type of monster of the week type of thing. It's episodic. So every time they have to fight, some random alien creature or some shit. His dad fucked a rock, thank you. They're like magical girls, kind of, yes. So they could fuse together and shit. But here's the core mechanic, if you will, right? Every episode, these people go and they have to fight some threat to humanity. And then by the end of the episode, not a single punch gets thrown. And fucking this awful, horrible, fucking evil being decides... Because they talk to Steven in like one dialogue scene. Steven will talk them out of being evil and get them to become a good guy. And it's kind of like it happens over and over and over and over. Basically, Steven is able to talk his way out of everything. And he averts every fucking crisis, every situation by just being like, come on, you're not really evil. And then they'll turn around and be like, you know what? You're right. I could sum this up in one image. Okay, look at this. And you now acutely understand everything that you need to know about Steven Universe. And the people who have seen this are going to tell you, no, he's not exaggerating. Okay? And... in addition to some of these fucking bad guys are actually like literally complicit in fucking genocide, and then they talk to Steven and he's like, yeah, it's okay, he's a good guy now, and it happens over and over and it's every fucking episode, guys. And at some point you gotta be like, Steven, you gotta kill this guy, man. Eventually, are you ever gonna fucking do anything that matters? You're just gonna take their apology and say, and when they're like, I promise I won't do it again, Steven. And then they don't ever do it again. And then in the next episode, he's sitting there fucking eating s'mores around a campfire with Hitler, and they're telling each other ghost stories like nothing nothing fucking happened. Having said that, I like the show. And let me make this clear. I like the show, but you gotta admit it's a little fucking stupid in this regard. Yes, you do. Okay, I can like something but point out something stupid about it. Yes, I can. It's worth pointing out that there is no episode of Steven Universe wherein Adolf Hitler appears. Okay, this is some art that somebody that I found on Google, okay? That made me laugh so fucking hard, I saved it to my desktop for this stream specifically, so you're welcome. It's only really funny if you've seen the show, because you know how accurate this is. I tried to do a good job of explaining this prior to showing you that, but... Anyway, the title of this fanfic is... Cringe warning, don't read. So yeah, and again, of course I clicked on that. Hold on. Just in time for the movie. You didn't see this coming? Yeah, and there's a good reason for that. Because, again, it's fucking stupid! Thousands of years ago, 4 alien rulers known as the Diamond Authority, white, blue, yellow, and pink diamond, came to the Milky Way galaxy to colonize the planets of the galaxy for their gem empire. Over the years, they colonized planet after planet for the Empire, and there were no threats or rebellion standing in the way. Spoilers. Until the smallest diamond, Pink Diamond. Guys, if you're worried about spoilers for Steven fucking Universe, you might not want to be here, but I have a recommendation for you. Stop being worried about spoilers for Steven Universe. Until the... Wait. Until the smallest diamond, Pink Diamond, colonized the small planet Earth, from the permission of Blue and Yellow Diamond, she started her colonization of the planet by establishing kindergartens and peridots to watch the construction of the colonies. One day, however, a pair of peridots stumble upon a cave which had ancient paintings of monsters known as Titans. Some of the paintings resembled creatures Gems never knew about. One cave painting showed a moth-like creature known as the Queen of the Monsters, or Mothra. Another that was seen was a painting that looked like a reptilian-like bird known as the Fire Demon, the One Born of Fire, or Rodan. But the last one frightened the peridots. Peridot! They were afraid. Frightened the peridots even more than the other ones in the cave. It resembled a giant lizard-like creature known as Godzilla, or the King of the Monsters. I don't need the fucking sound effects. What do you think? Not bad, right? Nailed it! The peridots went to inform their diamond immediately.
My diamond,
Says the first peridot.
we have discovered frightening images of these organic creatures that live on this planet.
The second peridot then said,
What do you suggest we do? These life forms could pose a major threat to our colony.
Pink Diamond hesitates for a moment about what they just informed her about, but then she starts laughing. Oh, please, we're our gems. These life forms can't pose a threat to us. They would be fighting against an entire empire. Now go on and do your job, or you will all face the half-life, full-life consequences, said Pink Diamond.
Very well, my diamond.
Said the first peridot, and the two peridots soon went off to continue their work on the kindergarten. A few months passed and nothing happened. The gems stayed in line and they all did as they said for their diamond. But the peace won't stay on for long. Down in the deep ocean, in the ancient Pacific Ocean, a massive lizard soars through the water. It had huge plates on its back and reptilian skin. It was the king of the monsters himself, Godzilla. I haven't cringed yet, have you? It seemed like he had just awakened from a deep slumber. He was heading for the mainland because he felt misbalance on the earth, like he felt it was hurting from something. After a few hours of swimming through the water, he saw what was going on. Destruction. Injectors were drilling through the earth and destroying all life that it could touch. Gems were popping out of these holes. Amethyst soldiers who were ready to use for the gem army. So just in case you don't know, this is actual... Actually, what would happen if you combined the two stories? Because this is the backstory of Steven Universe. It's just, now you have Godzilla here, who takes a fucking issue with it. This is canon. Except, there's no Godzilla in Steven Universe. Spoilers. Godzilla was furious from what he saw. Not only were they trespassing on the earth, but they were destroying it as well. The gems nearby saw this massive creature, and they started to look with wonder, but with also caution, as it looked very intimidating, but also very dangerous. Godzilla started to charge up his atomic blast through his huge plates, and it slowly went up all the way to his head, and then he makes his first attack that will change everything. Injectors explode, and the lifeless ground gets teared apart, and the gems scrumble away from the coastal kindergarten. That's what it's called. When Godzilla saw that they were running, he felt pride and triumph, and roared loudly to show that this was just the beginning of a new war that will change everything. War never changes. Hundreds of gem facilities and establishments were destroyed after a few months of Titan attacks from not only Godzilla but other Titans such as Behemoth, Scylla, I think, and Rodan. Countless gems were panicking from the attacks, and the news even went to the gem homeworld. Thousands of gems knew about the chaos and wanted to declare war on the Titans, and the news even went to the Diamonds, which they informed Pink to take care of the situation as it was not their problem. Pink was upset about these attacks, but she thought that her gems would be able to handle it, but now she knew she too step up to the streets too and take care of it like a true leader. On the same day, the Diamonds told Pink to take care of the problem. Instead of leaving it, she decided to declare war on the Titans. The Gem Titan War was brutal. Gem armies fought endlessly to destroy the Titans, but almost all the battles they fought against the Titans all throughout the world, the Gems lost. Many gems were shattered, battle after battle. Pink Diamond knew she had to call for support, but the other Diamonds refused, as it was her responsibility to take care of this problem and not theirs, since it's not their colony. Again, the war went on for nearly 1,000 years, and it seemed like it was a losing battle for the Gems. But then, one day, it all ended. Godzilla and the Titans made a direct attack Pink Diamond, and she didn't stand a chance. One by one, every Gem soldier was destroyed, and Godzilla was now only 20 meters away from Pink Diamond. He towered over Pink Diamond by 400 feet, and when Pink Diamond tried to escape, he stomped on her and shattered her gem. Just like what happened to Gordon Freeman. There's a theme here tonight. And it's giantess porn. No. There's a theme here tonight, and it's Irish anal. Her Pearl was horrified to see her diamond get shattered like that. She escaped soon after, when Godzilla saw that the one responsible for all the destruction and unbalance of the earth was destroyed. He made a loud roar of triumph, and the other Titans did the same. But it was not over. And that gem's name, Albert Einstein. When the Diamonds got the news that Godzilla had shattered Pink Diamond, they were furious. In one last-ditch attempt, they used their powers to wipe Godzilla and the Titans off the planet as retaliation for shattering Pink Diamond. Godzilla's victory was short-lived. As he saw all the homeworld gems start to flee the Earth, he saw why. What? A bright light could be seen from the sky. The Titans didn't know what it was at first, but it was too late when they realized it was an attack. The light came upon the Earth and blasted the surface of the planet. All the Titans were trying to flee from the attack, but some were really unlucky and were severely injured or nearly killed. Godzilla was nowhere in sight after the attack was over. Okay. In the aftermath of the Diamond attack, no Titans were in sight. The Diamonds believed they have completely destroyed the Titans on Earth. And when news on Homeworld came that all the Titans have been destroyed, all the gems celebrated the victory. But none of them were dead. Godzilla managed to flee when the Earth started to get blasted, and so have the other Titans. The diamonds only prolonged the inevitable. Godzilla will return, and when he does... Peridot! Godzilla will return, and when he does, what, man? What? I'm on the edge of my seat. The suspense. And when he returns, he has sex with Greg. Oh, that's fucking excellent. Yeah, Godzilla fucks Greg. Stop spoiling it. Why are you spoiling it? Stop it. Oh. The gems will pay. Oh, my bad. There is something there. I'm sorry. Yeah, but look how many spaces it is. What a fucking asshole. And what you needed here, you needed the ellipses here, jerk off, not here. You swapped the ellipses would have done all the work you needed it to here. And the period would have done what you needed it to do here. Sorry, the peridot. To be continued. Yes, sir. I love the drama in the story, and I'm almost done with the first chapter. Here you go. Godzilla, King of the Monsters, original motion picture soundtrack. Let me play it for you guys. I wish I could let that whole thing fucking play out so bad. There's no way I'm gonna get a DMCA just from like that one little like snippet of the beginning of it. Part 1. Godzilla's Return. Beach City, Delaware. The Steven Universe fans are like, Delmarva? No, Delaware now. Deal with it. Thousands of years after the Gem Titan War, we are in the present day in a city known as Beach City, where a 16-year-old boy named Steven Universe, along with his Gem Guardians, who are portrayed as Mothers Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl. While he has a father who lives with his son in a beach house off the coast, and his other friends who live in their own places, Peridot, Lapis, and Bismuth, and his best friend Connie, who lives in a nearby city. That's a pretty good summary of the setup for Steven Universe, right? Like that's all canon. He has like 3 lesbian moms and a dad. Life was great for the Gems. There has been peace for over 2 years after Steven restored order in the galaxy and dismantled the Gem Empire from their reign of terror, and now Earth is a free, independent planet. Steven felt great for what he has done, and everyone was proud of him. He wanted to check in with his other friends. They were constructing a city off of Beach City for Gems who want to visit Earth can stay. Peridot was checking the status of the progress. If you see the name of a gem, it's a character. Lapis was sitting off a building, relaxing. Sitting off a building, relaxing. Like dangling off of a fucking building. I feel like it'd be pretty hard to relax in that case. Sitting off a building. I'm imagining like that image of New York City in like the fucking when the Empire State Building was being built, and they have that black and white photograph of all the dudes like eating lunch while they're sitting on that beam. That's fucking terrifying. Guys, was that really the best way to eat your lunch? Why do I doubt that? Why do I think you only did that for a photo op? Yeah, I know. Let's have a sandwich while fucking death is seconds away. What a great idea.
Hey guys, how have you been?
Says Steven.
Oh, Steven, we're doing fine, but it sure would be helpful if some of us would stop fooling around and help me out here,
says Bismuth abruptly.
You could have just said so. I'll help then,
said Lapis as she flew off to get some construction tools.
We are making good progress right now. We just have 80% left to build and it will be finished.
Said Period.
That's great, you guys. Glad to see you're all doing good.
Said Steven, and he walked away soon after. Steven walks up the nearby cliff. Electric boogaloo, Steven. To see his guardians, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, relaxing on the grass. Yeah, he just walked up the side of a fucking cliff.
Hey guys, what you all doing?
Just chilling, man.
Said Amethyst.
Come join us, Steven. It's really sunny out today. It's good to get some vitamin D, you know.
Said Pearl.
Sure thing.
Steven replies, and he walks over and lays down into the grass while picking a flower. That seems hard to do. He lays down in the grass while picking the... I guess he could simultaneously lay down, and while he's in the act of laying down, he could simultaneously pick a flower with one of his hands. But wouldn't that, like, just throw him off balance? He's on his belly? No, because he has to pick the flower simultaneously as he lays down. It doesn't say he laid down and then picked the flower. So he's like got to crouch and then pick the flower and then slowly turn onto his side as he's picking the flower? Pick up a flower, man. Touch grass. Pearl basically just told Steven to touch grass.
Sure thing. I want things to stay exactly like this and never change.
Spoiler alert! They don't. Or they do. No, they do. They do. They do change. DMM great. Well, back to the family. Thank you for 7 months support. This is literally from the movie with Spinell. I think I remember. I saw the movie. I'm not going to remember the fucking scenes. The same way I'm not going to remember fuck Tony Stark eating blueberries. And then things changed. So basically, yeah, so they replaced Spinell with Godzilla for no reason. Man, maybe that's what this is. Maybe it's like the Avengers one where they just took the script and inserted Naruto into it. Maybe they just took the script for the movie and inserted Godzilla into it. Not inserted Godzilla into it, but swapped Spinell out with Godzilla. But it can't be exactly that for reasons that you're gonna see later. Like it can't be that. It might be close to that, but it can't be exactly that. But then who is Steven's mother? What if Mothra is Steven's mother? How would you guys handle that? Naruto, Prince of Olympus, yeah. Yep. I want things to stay exactly like this and never change. Yep, agreed, said Pearl and Amethyst. How's the future look, Garnet? Do we all stay like this forever? Garnet hesitates for a moment and looks into the future. But then she gets up from the grass and replies,
No!
With worry in her voice. The winds start to pick up and everyone gets up from the grass and looks over the horizon to the ocean. After a few moments of silence, the water starts to rise and a massive figure comes out of the water. Him. Godzilla is back. The gems were in a standstill and Steven couldn't move. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A giant mythical monster was right in front of him. Despite, him seeing, like, giant mythical monsters in every fucking episode. Pearl then says with shakiness in her voice, It can't be.
What do you mean? What is this thing?
Dude.
Amethyst then said.
It's him. The king of the monsters, Godzilla.
Pearl replies back. Godzilla takes a step back and then... Lapis, who was on top of a building, witnessed the whole thing and only could say, Sirens start to go off and people are urged to go into their shelters, as this was not a drill. And for the first time in thousands of years, a Titan attack is inbound. Yeah, they fucking set up the Titan alarms for the Titans that they never saw before and didn't know the existence of. Issa the Engi. Well, back to the family, freak. Thank you for 2 months of support. Yeah, they, it was not a drill, guys. It was not a drill. Him. Stephen and the others had to run from this beast and group up with the others to try to find a way to stop this creature. Bismuth and Period were running to try to find Stephen and the others to do the same thing, and once they all found each other, they came together.
What do we do? Well, we have to keep that thing away from the city.
Period said.
I have a plan, but it'll require all of us to help. Me, Pearl, and Amethyst will fuse and try to fight off this Godzilla.
Hold on a minute, you know its name?
Bismuth said.
Well, yes, Pearl told me what it was, but never mind that for now. Bismuth and Period will try to...
I thought this was Period. Whatever. Bismuth and Period will try to distract him as much as possible, and Stephen, you will be our last line of defense if all else fails.
Got it,
said Stephen.
Let's go, guys,
says Garnet as she fuses with Pearl and Amethyst. The pair fuse and turn into Alexandrite as Godzilla waits for the opportunity to attack the gems. He gave them time to do this. You know, he could have just fucking used the nuclear breath, or he could have stomped on them, or fucking just anything. But he sat there and watched the gem fusion.
Do you like my Amethyst voice? Do you like it, Stephen? Hey, it's not Amethyst, Garnet. This is the Garnet voice, Stephen. It's me, Garnet. Oi, what's all this then? Hello, it's me, Garnet. You like it? Yes, it's Garnet.
It's fucking dog shit. I know. I know, it's fucking bad, right? I like the Peridot one too. I think I do a halfway serviceable Peridot. Godzilla! Alexandrite yells. Godzilla looks over to see his enemy was nearly the same height as him, just 30 feet shorter. That is a lot shorter. That is not nearly the same height as him, asshole. All right, that's like a fucking Olympic-sized swimming pool, 30 feet. Godzilla looks at her with rage in his eyes. Oh God, he gave him an angered. What was it in the last fic? He gave him an angered. Help me, chat. What was it? When they used anger as a verb, or angered to him. He angered at him. There it is. He angered at him. Thank you, chat. Godzilla angered at Alexandrite. We don't have to fight. You're outnumbered, Alexandrite says. Godzilla doesn't reply. Imagine if he did, though. He only gives the same look of rage towards her to show his hatred for gems and what they have done to him and the planet. He's fine with what human beings have done to the planet, however. Alexandrite replies with a roar of anger and charges right at him. And Godzilla does the same. They collide and create a huge shockwave. Godzilla makes the first move and bites down on Alexandrite's left arm. And she screams in pain. But she manages to make him let go and retaliates by biting on one of his plates. You mean like the things that are definitely made out of bone and he would absolutely feel nothing if you did that? This doesn't seem to hurt Godzilla that much, and just makes him more angry. And he uses his tail and hits her right off of him, making her let go and falling into the water. Meanwhile, Lapis couldn't stand to see her friends get hurt like this.
That does it,
says Lapis with anger in her voice.
Lapis, you can't take on that thing. He's way too strong.
Steven says.
I have to do something, so I'm going to
I have to do something, so I'm going to stop that thing.
And she flees off to help. Fliss off to help. Lapis, using her water power, creates a few water spikes and throws them at Godzilla. So, water spike. I guess, yeah, that could hurt. This causes some pain for Godzilla, and he roars in pain. On account of him having been caused some pain, he roars in pain. Bismuth and Period use this to their advantage and hit one of his plates from behind, getting his attention. Dr. Ball's PhD says, hey, just talk to Godzilla. No, because you have to have the faux conflict beforehand. Like, you can't just have Steven talk to them in the beginning of the episode. They have to fight first, and then Steven will go over there and be like,
Hey, come on, guy. Cut it out. Cut it out. Come on, stop that. Come on. Come on, let's be buddies. Come on, you don't really want to be a bad guy, right? Come on.
and then Godzilla will be like, you're right, Steven. And then starts fucking sucking his dick right there. You have to have the fake conflict first before that happens. Godzilla then starts to charge up his atomic breath and fires it out, barely missing Period and Bismuth, but hits Lapis and she falls to the sandy beach below, groaning in pain from the impact. Steven couldn't help but watch as his friends suffer from this creature's strength. Alexandrite manages to regain some strength, and with that strength that she had, charges at Godzilla once again, but this time she manages to knock him into the ocean, which made him just so angry because he lives there. Godzilla was furious by this and once again charges his atomic breath and attacks them and blasts them off of him. She was almost ready to defuse due to all the damage, but she fights it and continues to carry on the fight. Defuse as in they separate, so when the gems fuse, they become like a newer, bigger gem and they can split up when they want, whatever. Godzilla stands above her as she struggles to get back up, but she doesn't give up and roars at him, letting him know that this is not over. Godzilla replies with a huge loud roar that was heard all throughout Beach City. I should stop doing that, huh? It costs $0 for you to not make ungodly noises, Mike. Meanwhile, Steven's best friend, Connie, and his dad, Greg, managed to help evacuate everyone from the coastal part of the city to the city center, where everyone would be safe for now. Connie looked out and said,
You all must win. We're all depending on you.
Alexandrite was making move after move, but nothing seemed to work on him to get him to back off and retreat. Godzilla was determined to keep the balance of nature and the planet as a whole, but there was also something else. Alexandrite then makes a crossbow and shoots a magical arrow at Godzilla, and it manages to hit him, but it only pushed him a few meters. His plates were starting to turn blue again, indicating that he was going to use another atomic attack, but then Period and Bismuth hit one of his plates again, and he turns around, delaying his attack, and starts to charge towards them, but then Alexandrite comes in just in time and rams him off the shallow reef part of the ocean into the deeper part of the ocean, and he loses his balance and falls into the water roaring. That is an entire paragraph of sentence. Rams him off the shallow reef part of the ocean into the deeper part of the ocean, and he loses his balance and falls into the water roaring. It's water, though. He can swim, right? Marathon's worth of run out of sentences. I'm going to be out of breath the majority of this reading of this fanfic. And by the way, I don't think that's how the ocean works. Like, I think that they're trying to say he got pushed into the Marianas Trench or something. Yeah, and he's like, oh no, I'm falling into the ocean where I, again, live. This is the long one, TARDIS. We're gonna be reading this for a while. Cozyism. Welcome to the family, Cozy. Thank you for the sub. I think it was dumb enough to warrant being read during one of these streams. It's got what it takes, I think. Stephen felt like that they have won and took care of the threat. Lapis felt pride as she got up, and Bismuth and Period land on the beach beside Lapis.
Lapis, are you okay, you clod?
Said Period. Yeah, I'm fine, Lapis replied as they all smiled. Stephen ran down from the cliff down towards the crystal gems, which they finally unfused down. Most of them looked beat, but they all had smiles on their faces as Stephen ran to check up on them.
Guys, you did it! We saved the city!
Stephen says with joy.
We sure did, Stephen!
Garnet said, smiling, but their victory was short-lived. Huge footsteps could be heard coming from the ocean. All the gems looked to see what it was. Coming from the ocean was Godzilla, but it didn't look like him. He glowed red, his eyes were red with anger, and his skin glowed red, and his plates glowed red as well. It was burning Godzilla. I don't know if that's a thing or not. He roared with anger as he began to charge up. Is there any like big time Godzilla, burning Godzilla? So it's Godzilla, but he's on fire, but he's in the ocean. He's in the ocean. It's like Dark Godzilla. Isn't he already Dark Godzilla? It's anime ass shit. Fury Bowser. Okay. He's already Fury Bowser. He's fucking Godzilla. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he became more Godzilla than Godzilla? He roared with anger as he began to charge up. Stephen raised the giant shield in front of him and the other gems. Meanwhile, with Connie, she saw this and told everyone to take cover immediately. Greg took refuge in an underground shelter, but not before noticing how sexy Godzilla was. And everyone else did the same. Then a huge flash of light came, and huge fire pulse came towards the city. Everything was destroyed. Every building that was hit by the pulse was on fire or completely destroyed, and soon after that pulse, Godzilla did another one, causing even more destruction. After a few moments of silence, Stephen and the gems opened their eyes to see that everything was destroyed, their entire city. Gone. Nothing but rubble remained of the buildings that used to stand. Stephen couldn't believe his eyes. 2 more titans came to destroyed city to aid their king, Scylla, and the queen, Muto. Muto is just like the big fucking fleshy fucking gross monster, right? It looks like a giant tick that's like gorged on blood. Monkey insect. Muto is an elf who can't speak. That's a disenchanted joke. Yeah. Ask Muto. I can't. He doesn't speak. Muto. That's fucking great. The Muto, the one everyone hated from 2014. You guys want to see what Muto looks like real quick? Hold on. Muto. Oh, that stupid fucking thing? The giant crab? Yeah, the giant fucking crab, guys. That. And Muto is all caps for some reason. Yeah, that just makes me hungry for crab. That's all that does. That's what that fucking thing. Okay, I thought Muto was something else completely, but whatever. I think that the reason people were annoyed by that monster was because they had decades of monsters to choose from, and they just like made up a new one when I think people were looking for like one of the classic monsters from that movie, right? Massive unidentified terrestrial object. Oh, and there was like a bunch of them running around, right? There wasn't just one. But this fanfic is making it that there's just one of them. The Queen Muto, okay. I didn't hate the fucking thing completely. I was like, okay, that's whatever. I kind of liked that movie. But, you know, maybe I'm a loser. Maybe. They arrived at the scene, and they saw the destruction. Godzilla believed that he had destroyed the last of the gems on the planet Earth, but that wasn't true. Connie, Greg, and the people of Beach City came out of their shelter and were stunned with what they saw. Steven couldn't say a word. He could only say,
You will pay for what you have done.
Steven said, as he started to turn pink with rage. The gems saw this and were horrified, as Steven was never seen like this. Godzilla roared with triumph, as he had thought he had won. So, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, despite not being able to say a word, he managed to get out 8 of them. But this is just the beginning. Good luck. You'll need it. He doesn't burn you to death. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Guys, don't let me forget to look at the comments for these chapters, because there's some winners in here. Okay. Well, so far, is it cringy enough for you guys? What do you think? Does the thing fucking deliver on the cringe or what? Part 2, tensions rise. Nearly a week after Godzilla's attack Steven, his dad and all his other friends were forced to evacuate to Maine, where Greg rented a decent-sized home until their city gets rebuilt. No idea why it's Maine. None. After the attack, everyone had been noticing that Steven was acting stranger than usual. When he would get more frustrated and worried all the time, which triggers his PTSD, which also causes him to turn pink often. Steven wakes up to his alarm clock at 6 a.m., and he then picks up his phone.
All right, let's see what's going on in the world.
Countless reports that show Steven's doom scrolling. That's when I doom scroll at 6 a.m., yeah. That's when I do it. And, 1 a.m., 4 p.m., 11 p.m. Countless reports that show either Titan attacks or human aggression towards them, which causes panic and fear all across the world. Something was controlling them or making them panic. He just needed to know what. Steven sighs and gets up from out of his bed and walks downstairs. He walks past Garnet, who was really sitting on the couch, while his dad still slept in his room since it was still early in the morning. Guys, there's sitting on the couch, and then there's really sitting on the couch, right? Sitting on the couch it's one of those things that you could do in degrees.
He really did that.
Extreme sitting, yeah, exactly. She was gem spreading. She was gem spreading. She had the entire fucking couch. Gem spreading. There's sitting, and then there's really sitting, right? Or maybe they mean it like there was some doubt about whether or not Garnet was sitting on the couch. But she really was. Like, don't worry about it. She really was sitting on the couch, right? I have no time for your casual sitting. She's a big lady. She needs that space. Yeah, that's true. She was
really sitting on it.
and Dad still slept in his room since it was early in the morning. Steven went over to his counter in his kitchen and started making himself a protein shake for the morning. Steven had to run some errands for the day, so he had to get up early, right? He's eating protein shakes. Why the protein shakes? It's a little bit like the berries in that other fic, right? Bro, I am just sitting here. Still no mother hints yet. Take your bets, though. Who do you think Steven's mom is going to be? Gem spreading. Pearl then walked in from a nearby room. I see. I love the way this is written. How about Pearl walked into the room? Pearl walked in from a nearby room. Because no, I'm going to assume that Pearl walked in from a room that was on the other side of the fucking city. Is there a portal? You know what I mean? Like, why say that? More words equals better writing. I think that's honestly the fucking logic here. Pearl walked in from a far away room, using the latest in aperture technology. That was the last fic. Pearl then walked in from a nearby room.
Oh, Steven, you're up early. Yeah, I have to run some errands for the day, so I have to get up early for that. Oh, okay then. Well, I hope you have a good day, Steven.
Pearl says.
Yeah, okay, I gotta go now.
Steven then walks towards the door and leaves after closing it. Like what? The shit like this is why I picked this one. Steven then walks towards the door and leaves after closing it. Steven left. Steven walked out. Steven walks towards the door. Doesn't go through the door. Follow this logic for a second. He walks towards the door, then leaves after closing it. So use their logic for a second. The door was open. He walked over to it, closed it, and then phased through the fucking door. That's the timeline that we're being fed right now. That's what we're expected to believe. Causality violation detected. Like what? Walks towards the door and leaves after closing it. What the fuck? Just say he left. We can infer that he closed the fucking door. You know, otherwise bring attention to it. Or Steven left and he didn't close the door and then a bunch of bugs got in. If I don't say that, that's what people are going to think. He let in all the mosquitoes. Steven, what the fuck? Pearl seemed a little suspicious of Steven since he would not usually act this way.
Oh, there he is again, phasing through solid matter. That's not like him. That's not like him at all. There's something strange about him.
Kinda sus.
That's strange. He would always give me a hug or say something polite before he would leave.
Pearl thought to herself, I better go talk to Garnet. Okay. TARDIS likes the Pearl voice. Is it really that good? Pearl walks into the dining room where Garnet was just sitting in a chair facing near a window, but not directly at the window, because that would be weird. Garnet's like, bro, I am I am literally just sitting here. Yeah. Pearl walks into the dining room where Garnet was just sitting in a chair just sitting in a chair, no gem spreading, not this time. Was just sitting in a chair. She wasn't really sitting in the chair. You know, not really sitting in it. Just sitting in it, like regular sitting in it, right? Facing near a window, but not directly at the window. So the chair. So the chair is near a window, but it's tilted, so it's not directly facing the window, right? Now, if you tell me that, I'm going to expect that the positioning of the chair to the window is going to be important in some way, right? Like, what's his fucking name? Schrodinger's dick? Or whatever the fuck? What's that? The gun? Chekhov's gun? Or whatever the fuck? Escape from Tarkov's gun? What the fuck is it called? Chekhov's chair. Can I just... real quick want to say, thank you to Cryptid Kitten. Welcome back to the new home, Freak. Thank you for 39 months of support, Freak. Garnet is sitting in a chair staring at the wall next to the window, dissociating. Yeah, so what is she staring at then? Like, I understand looking out the window, but she's just deep staring into the fucking wall that's directly next to the window? Maybe she's looking into the future? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Existential dread. She's doing a fucking Blair Witch Project. Garnet was just sitting in a chair facing near a window, but not directly at the window. So who's ready for that convoluted fucking explanation of the layout of where the fuck she's sitting to mean absolutely nothing? Because that's what's gonna happen, guys. Yeah, this is a violation of Chekhov's gun after violation of Chekhov's gun.
Garnet,
Pearl says, which Garnet replies by turning her head to face her. I guess it would be fucked up if she faced her without turning her head. Like her face just spun around on her head, like to the back of her head. You know what I mean? Like, fucking call it exorcist. That would be concerning, yes.
What is it, Pearl?
Garnet asks in a soft tone, not wanting to wake up Greg.
What is it, Pearl?
have you noticed Stephen acting stranger than usual?
Pearl asks Garnet. Garnet hesitates for a few seconds and says,
Yes, so? When a child becomes an adolescent, they tend to be more aggressive or distant in their own way, especially human boys.
She's talking about puberty, yeah. Puberty. And that day, Pearl learned about puberty. Yeah. Puberty. Aggressive or distant in their own way, especially human boys. Why does fucking Garnet know about puberty, but Pearl doesn't?
His penis is becoming very hairy. Quite hairy indeed, Garnet. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, not one bit. Not like that. He's turning pink often. Whenever we mention the Titans or anything, that would seem to worry or scare him. And he's never turned pink before, whenever he gets scared or worried.
Pearl says in a more concerned tone.
Maybe we should check in with him to see what's going on with him.
Garnet assures Pearl. What?
Maybe we should check in with him to see what's going on with him.
Pearl nods her head in agreement. Pink pubes.
just hope he's okay.
Pearl says in her head as she walks away out of the dining room. Yeah, the layout of this house is of supreme importance, guys. Meanwhile, Stephen King was driving to a grocery store while... He's in Maine now. He's in Maine now. Now, listen. Meanwhile, Stephen was driving to a grocery store while when he slammed into Stephen King, famous author, who was walking on the side of the road.
Get a load of this!
Meanwhile, Stephen was driving to the grocery store when he accidentally slammed into famous horror author Stephen King, who was walking on the side of the road. And then Stephen King wouldn't stop writing about it for the next fucking 80 years. Stephen was driving to a grocery store while listening to some tunes on his radio. Tunes. Not like, like Looney Tunes. This is one of those, like, Mandela effect things where some people remember it being Looney Tunes, spelled like cartoons, and people remember it, but it's actually spelled tunes as in, like, songs. Right? Looney Tunes. I mean, I remember it being tunes as in songs. There's both? What do you mean? Well, that would explain why it's a Mandela effect thing. If that's true. I always thought I remember it being Tunes. Merry Melodies. Yeah, that was like the point, right? It had to do with that. Tune. He was listening to cartoons on his radio. Stephen has been thinking a lot. That's a change. After Godzilla's attack, and whenever he would turn pink. His pubes would turn pink. He had never heard of Godzilla or any of the other monsters that were out there living in his world. He had heard myths about the Titans, but never thought any of them were true. Stephen just kept thinking and thinking, and he eventually asked this one question.
How is this even possible?
A few hours later, he returns home. How is this even possible? Period, and then question mark. Well, I'll tell you how it's possible, Stephen. There's people who have way too much time on their hands and a little bit too much ambition for writing fanfics. I'm sorry this is happening to you, Stephen. He gets out of his car as the wind blows in his puffy hair. And then he scrapes the remains of renowned author Stephen King off of the grill of his vehicle before grabbing a few bags of groceries for him and his dad. He walked up the stairs, took out his key, and opened the door to be greeted by Garnet, Pearl, and Lapis. The crystal gems were either in the dining room, the laundry room, or Greg's room. So they're all in separate rooms. Trying very hard to follow that. They're all in separate rooms. Yet they're all greeting him at the front door. So they're all in separate rooms, but at the same time are greeting him in the front door. This is fucking quantum mechanics from Outer Wilds. Like, the fucking gems aren't real unless you're looking at them. Like, they don't manifest unless they're being observed. The house is a very open concept. It has no walls. But they know where the rooms are because they've drawn lines on the ground. Stephen looks at them for a few seconds and then walks over to the counter, putting down his groceries.
Hey, Steven, how's it going, buddy?
Lapis says, trying to sound as friendly as possible.
Nothing much, just got some groceries.
Steven replies.
So, Steven, how is your mood?
Pearl then asks. Steven looks at her and says,
Oh, it's fine. There's nothing to worry about.
which Pearl then looks at Garnet for support, with Garnet gets quickly, then says,
Stephen, you've been acting strange lately. We've noticed you've been glowing pink sometimes, and we just want to know what's going on.
Lapis then adds,
We get that what happened to our home was traumatic, but you need to understand that everything will be okay. Everything will turn out better in the end.
Steven hesitates for a moment and replies,
Look, you guys don't need to worry about me. It's nothing really, I swear.
Steven says with a smile, trying to look like he's okay. Mood. Lapis and Pearl look at each other, and then they look at Garnet, and then Garnet looks at Lapis, and then Lapis looks at Pearl, and then Pearl looks at Amethyst, and then Amethyst looks at Greg, and then Greg looks at Godzilla, and then Greg fucks Godzilla. The end. And then they look at Garnet, who still had the same blank expression on her face like it was anything new. It was silent for a moment when Steven finally put away the last of the groceries and started walking to the stairs. And then he went up the stairs before he started walking to the stairs.
Steven, please, we just want to know what's wrong with you.
Pearl then says. Steven stops on the second step and replies,
Look, guys, there's nothing to worry about. I'll be in my room.
and he continues walking upstairs, and then after going up every single step, he goes into his room and then closes the door behind him. Everyone was still for a few seconds after Steven went into his room. Garnet then says,
Maybe he doesn't want to talk right now. We'll talk to him when he's ready.
Pearl feels a little bit better, but is still worried about Steven. Lapis sits on the couch. Really sits on the couch. And Greg comes out of room.
Hey, sleepyhead!
Garnet jokes. Oh, no, Garnet said that.
Hey, sleepyhead!
Garnet jokes, which Lapis giggles a little bit.
What time is it?
Greg asks. He then looks over to the kitchen clock and it reads 10:31 a.m.
Jeez, I must have slept in. Can't really slept well on these so-called rock-hard beds.
That's Greg. Greg is Steven's dad. He just looks like Homer Simpson. Honestly, just imagine Homer Simpson when you hear Greg. It's Homer Simpson. Lapis continues to laugh a little more, which causes Pearl to as well.
What's so funny?
Greg asks, and the two gems laugh out loud and point at his penis, which is dangling out of his boxer shorts and is very small. Greg was now confused, but shrugged it off, assuming they were just trying to have fun in these tough times, and walks over to the kitchen. Yeah, they're just pointing at his penis. Steven was sitting on his bed reading the news, which causes him to turn pink even more. I turn pink when I doom scroll, yeah. Damn puberty. He then lays it down on the nightstand next to his bed and lays down looking at the ceiling to dissociate. He was thinking about calling Connie but didn't want to because he felt like he could deal with his own emotions. But that one question still echoed in his mind. How is this even possible? Peridot, question mark. Meaning, like, it was exactly the same question echoing in his mind because it got copy-pasted. To be continued. I just thought of the line from Steven Loses It. The line is, shut up, you Gernder feed potato. Okay. Awesome. Can't wait for more. Me neither. Part 3. On Balance and Destruction. Antarctica rogue faction. A terrorist organization known as the League of Terror, which is what I call Steven Universe fans, the League of Terror, are known as anti-peace beings who crave only destruction on Earth and destroy all humans and break the balance. Guys, the name of the terrorist organization is a little bit on the nose, isn't it? Is this a crossover with something? I'll tell you what. If this is a crossover with another thing, I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like calling, like the League of Super Evil. Like, imagine if like fucking Al-Qaeda just called themselves the League of Terror. Mike, that's what Al-Qaeda means in Arabic. It definitely doesn't. This is one of those things where it's like the fucking, there's no such thing as a villain because everybody believes that they're doing the right thing. You know what I mean? The evil League of Evil. Look, it's in the same sentence. A terrorist organization known as the League of Terror. This is like if you call your band, like, the League of Music or something. It's like, yes, we know. The League of Terror. I hate this. This is our band. It's called Music. No, it's just called Music Band. The League of Antagonists. The Redundancy Department of Redundancy. You know what, though? You'll never be confused about what they do. You know what I mean? There will never be a moment where you're like, hey, I wonder what the League of Terror is involved with. Do they do dry cleaning? What do you think they do? What do you think they're involved with? Who are they, really? There's that. If you call yourself the League of Terror, you better be a fucking terrorist league, right? You call up and you're like, hey, is this the League of Terror? I need some terrorism. Oh no, you just reached up. We're a bookstore. It's a little mom and pop operation. We serve coffee sometimes. This is the League of... You're looking for the terrorist organization, the League of Terror. Don't be embarrassed. This happens all the time. We could give you their number. We have it right here next to the phone because of how common this is. The Logs of Terror, a murder mystery bookstore. Maybe. Okay, I could justify that, sure. A figure walks into a room. It is a rogue gem known as Jasper, second in command of the organization.
You wish to see me, sir?
Jasper asks to her leader. A chair turns around, revealing a man with long black hair, red eyes, who looked to be in his 50s. Yes, Jasper, have a seat, says the man. The man was known as Mr. Davis, but many call him Destroyer. What do you mean Sans Undertale? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, Destroyer is a Godzilla monster. This is the big, stupid look. It kind of looks like Bahamut from fucking Final Fantasy, actually. His name has always angered me. And you know what? Actually, if you're a fan of an IP that has a giant, like, city-destroying creature named Destroyer, I don't blame you for having the lack of imagination that leads you to call your terrorist organization the League of Terror. It's how you say Destroyer in Boston. Destroyer. We're gonna go watch the Red Sox and have some beers after I park the car. Oh no, look out, it's Destroyer. He's destroying the baseball stadium. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go down to the Clam with Destroyer and have a few beers. Yeah. And we destroy the easy thing, not because it's the easy thing, but because it's the hard thing. Yeah. That's why we go to the moon. Yeah. The moon, Lois, it's full of cum. Yeah. Amphibizzy, welcome back to the family. Thank you for 12 months of support. It's a full fucking year. Thank you. But you notice that in the fic, Destroyer, who was a giant fucking kaiju, is now just like a human dude. Like a regular dude. He's a person. Now, I don't think that fucking happens in the Godzilla universe.
Have you heard of the recent attack on an American city, Beach City?
He asks with a serious face to Jasper. It looked like this.
Yes, sir. What is so important about that?
Jasper asks with wonder. Destroyer then turns around again and starts explaining. So he's just spinning in his chair like over and over and over. And he's got a little cat. And he's got a cat on his lap and he's petting it and it's purring and all that good shit. And then he puts a pinky in his fucking mouth.
Well, Jasper, you see, this is a sign that the Titans are awakening again. I may be a former Titan myself, but I have no desires in being the alpha of the Titans.
But why, sir, when you could be the Sigma?
Unknown Army, thank you. Welcome to the family. Unknown, thank you. You didn't make that. You didn't make that Twitch name.
But why, sir? You could control all the Titans. We could complete our goals,
Jasper replies. So yeah, Jasper is a Steven Universe character and Destroyer is a fucking Godzilla character who's been humanified. I mean, hey, we read a fic where all the Sonic characters became humans. Why not? Do you think Destroyer is a Delph? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah. The human Destroyer looks at Jasper for a few seconds and smirks.
Because we have our own powerful Titan,
He replies.
You!
Jasper questions.
No, but I wish I could, but I can't reveal myself just yet. Besides, I'm still too weak to turn into my Titan form, he says.
Jasper looks at him with confusion shown on her face. Lot of people looking at each other in this fic, right?
What then is it, sir?
Jasper then asks. Destroyer looks at her for a few seconds and then says,
I'll show you, come with me.
And he starts to walk out of the room where they went to go look at each other and other things. They walk down a few flights of stairs. God, I wish these people would stop looking at each other while talking to each other. Like, you can't just assume that they're looking at each other while they're speaking to each other. You need to be told. It's making me mad. They walk down a few flights of stairs and they continue walking. They were walking deeper underground to a Monarch containment facility, which was taken over by the group. That's the fucking Godzilla bad guys or whatever, right? The people that want to unleash the Titans. They continue walking, and then after taking a few turns in the icy halls, they reach a huge opening, revealing a terrifying sight. I remember this scene from the movie, except, fucking Jasper from Steven Universe wasn't there. Ghidorah, one of the most powerful Titans and Destroyers ever known. Jasper was half shocked and half intrigued. Wait a minute. But Jasper never looked at King Ghidorah. Does she know it's there? What is she being shocked and half intrigued by? We weren't told that she looked at it, so how do we know what she's seeing?
I present to you my friend, King Ghidorah.
Just then, another rogue gem who joined the organization came into the room. She had small water wings and a gem on her cheek. It was a gem known as Aquamarine who had some beef with Steven and his friends. I don't remember this gem from the show. I don't know if this is a real character or an OC. When Aquamarine enters, she bows to him.
Sir, our spies have returned and have some interesting news.
Aquamarine says with an evil grin. I don't remember this character for shit.
We have located the containment facility at which...
Wait a minute. You cannot address Destroyer without looking at him first. Aquamarine, you look at him.
We have located the containment facility which holds Titanaus Rodan. Our spies say that he is awakening soon. If we manage to capture him, we could use him to build our army.
Aquamarine tells Destroyer while looking at him. Jasper and Destroyer look at her, and she looks back at them, and he starts to smirk.
Good, good, just as I predicted.
Destroyer says with an evil smile.
With more Titans on our side, we can destroy the planet and establish a new order, our order. We will have our revenge on everyone.
Aquamarine smirks along with Jasper.
Aquamarine, send in some jets and tranquilizers. We will not let this opportunity go to waste.
Destroyer says. Aquamarine bows to him once again and walks out of the room. Jasper and Destroyer turn around to look at the frozen Ghidorah.
The time will come, my friend. We will wipe out the world and establish our order soon enough.
Destroyer says with an evil smile on his face. But he can't hear you because he's frozen. Have I brought this up before, right? How annoyed I am by fucking frozen in literal ice, like fucking plots in movies and shit. Ghidorah should have died. Captain America should have died. The fucking the Cro-Magnon guy from that shitty fucking 90s movie with Pauly Shore should have died. Okay, when you get frozen, you fucking die. You don't. It's not like cryonic technology. It's fucking ice. Your body shuts down and you fucking die. I'm sick of it, man. And everybody's just fucking okay with this shit. Why aren't more people mad about this? Encino man, thank you. Jasper replies,
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, in the South Atlantic Ocean, after the battle with the crystal gems on Beach City, Godzilla was weakened and needed to rest. Godzilla was laying deep on the ocean floor thinking. Just Godzilla things. Godzilla had felt pleasure when he thought that he destroyed the crystal gems and restored the balance, but something did still feel off. The feeling of unbalance was still within Godzilla. He thought he had taken care of the unbalance, but something still felt off. Godzilla, may I recommend Metamucil to help make you regular? Fix that shit right up. Could the other Titans feel it too? Is that why they are awakening again? Godzilla had all these questions. He could wonder. Something was coming, and it is big! To be continued. Sorry that this chapter is so short. Oh, please don't apologize. In fact, can you make them shorter, please? That'd be great. You know, bite-sized. Destroy the monster from the Heisei era of Godzilla. No, all right, that's that. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
So remember how I was saying I hate when things are frozen? Part 4, Titans and Spirits. Oh yeah, this is happening. Hey, did this happen in the Steven Universe movie with Spinell? A faraway enchanted forest. Nature. It's a beautiful, magnificent, ancient phenomena. When I got to this chapter, it felt like I was getting hit in the back of the head by a fucking 2x4. Somebody whacked me in the back of the skull with the fucking 2x4 as hard as possible. That's what it felt like when I got to this chapter. There are 4 main elements of nature: fire, water, wind, and earth. And then there's the 5th element, the bridge that connects humanity and nature as one. When the balance of nature becomes undone, the spirits do as well. 1 month before Godzilla attacks Steven, the 5th spirit, known as the former queen of Arendelle, Elsa, is seen walking through the forest, and then she feels this feeling. Like a disturbance in nature itself, like a feeling that something is wrong with the balance. She can feel this because, like Godzilla, when unbalance comes, they can feel it since they are part of nature itself. She continues walking through the forest, and then Bruni, the fire spirit, comes jumping from a tree, landing on Elsa's shoulder.
Oh, Bruni, you startled me.
Elsa giggles as Bruni jumps into Elsa's hands. Bruni relaxes in Elsa's hands and lets off steam. Elsa smiles as he does this. Nothing fucking funny about it. Just a few years ago, she had discovered who she truly was as the 5th spirit of nature and tamed all the spirits. I don't know what these spirits things are. I don't know if this is related to Frozen, and I don't fucking care. And I don't fucking care. Tita says, back the fuck up, Elsa is here. Where have you been? She didn't feel the unbalanced when millions were killed by Godzilla. I guess not. I guess not. I guess not. She discovered who she truly was as the 5th spirit of nature and tamed all the spirits. Just then, she felt it again on balance in nature. Bruni felt it too, and went from relaxed to concerned, and he jumps out of Elsa's hands and runs away. He also shit himself, and Elsa looks down at her hand, and there's like a little turd in her palm. And some pee too. Elsa knew she had to talk to the one person who has enough wisdom to know what's going on. That's right, folks. Garfield. I wish it was Garfield. I wish it was Garfield. It's not, though. It's Knock. I guess. I don't know who the fuck. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'd never seen this movie. Knock, Elsa then says. Who's there? No, knock. Who's this is a bad knock-knock joke. Sans Undertale, shut the fuck up. Knock, knock, motherfucker. Knock is a water horse. And a few ways away, a water horse, the water spirit. A water horse, the water spirit, comes out of a nearby pond and gallops towards Elsa. Wants to take a fucking voter poll. He stops right in front of her and she gets on him. How do you ride a horse that's made out of water? Wouldn't you just fucking fall right through it? There's people who came here looking for Steven Universe fanfic. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's enough Steven Universe that it'll make you fucking vomit gemstones. Okay, don't worry. It's coming. He stops right in front of her and she gets on him.
We're going for a ride.
You're going for a ride, kid.
We're going for a ride. I need to talk to Grandpappy.
Grandpappy? Grandpappy! Flintstones! Grandpappy?
Hey, guys. What the fuck is Is that what Elsa calls her grandfather in Frozen? Has anyone seen the fucking movie? Who the fuck is Grandpappy, man? The knock then starts to run as Elsa guides it. After an hour of riding, they finally arrive to the Troll Valley, where a group of magical trolls live who are known to use magic. It could be another IP, guys. I don't know. As soon as Elsa and the water spirit arrive, she gets off of him and thanks him, and he disappears into a nearby pond. They're like city bikes. Like, you could rent them, and then you just have to put it back at like a city bike terminal. You could rent the bike, ride it. You just got to make sure you return it at any of the terminals. The Trolls IP. Elsa walks towards the entrance, and then when she enters, she is greeted by the trolls. They start to move from their rock forms. I guess they could turn into rocks.
It's her.
A troll says.
Should we bow to her?
Another one asks.
Maybe.
The other troll whispers, and they start to bow to her.
Dr. Elsa, teach us how to live. Oh, no, you don't to bow. You don't to bow.
Elsa assures them. She then asks them where Grandpappy is.
Oh, he's napping. I wake him,
says one of the trolls, and he starts to walk to where he is.
So how's life in the enchanted forest?
A troll asks Elsa.
It's going well. The North Uldra are very kind people, and we are getting along just fine.
Elsa says while smiling and looking at him. Another troll who looked to be a kid then says,
What are the spirits like?
Elsa looks down at him and then looks at him.
They're wonderful, though there is something that is disturbing the balance. I need to find out what it is, and that's why I'm here.
The trolls look at her with widened eyes. Just then, Grandpappy rolls over to Elsa.
Grandpappy!
Elsa says with relief. Chat, what do you want Grandpappy to sound like? What voice do you want for Grandpappy? There's going to be a lot of Grandpappy. Scoopy Banoopy, Bernie Sanders, Big the Cat. Gamby. Fuck, there's a lot of answers here. Bernie Sanders. Like Joel. Granddad! This is the only fucking impression of Joel I can do.
I'm glad to see you once again, Elsa. But I am guessing you're here for something else other than just to say hello.
Grandpappy says.
Yes,
Elsa says.
I feel this unbalance in nature, a feeling like something dark is coming, and I've also noticed that other spirits are acting strange too.
Grandpappy listens and his eyes widen.
Grandpappy?
Elsa says. Grandpappy looks at her for a few seconds and then looks at her for a few more seconds and sighs softly and then looks at her for another few seconds.
There's something I need to tell you, Elsa. Follow me.
Grandpappy says, and Elsa obeys. They walk through what appears to be a rocky formation in the Troll Valley. Elsa looks around with wonder at the sight she is seeing. As they walk, they enter into a forbidden part of the Troll Valley only for higher trolls, such as Grandpappy. Then, a waterfall can be seen in the end of the rocky corridor, and then once they reach it, Grandpappy uses some of his magic to make an opening so he and Elsa can enter. They enter into what appears to be a cave with paintings in them. Grandpappy then turns around and starts explaining what these paintings are.
A long time ago, before ancient humans came into existence, these ancient beings, known as Titans, came into the world. Many of them were born as guardians of the world, such as the Titan Queen Mothra, the Titan Rodan, and Godzilla, the Sigma of the monsters. They all lived peacefully and watched over the earth, making sure to keep the balance of nature. But where there is light, there is also darkness. Ancient titans appeared and tried to take the throne for themselves and destroyed the balance, such as the Muto Prime, the Titan Destroyer, and King Ghidorah.
Elsa was intrigued by this and kept listening as Pabby used his magic to explain. Grand Pabby.
Pee-boo, pee-poo, paw, Pabby.
Grand Pabby. It's the most... So she's not... It's not her grandfather. They're not trying to say it's her fucking grandfather. You know what? I'm Googling Grand Pabby. I'm pissed. It is in fact a Frozen character. It is, yes. It's a fucking troll. It's a little troll fella in Frozen. Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is a thing. Okay, so we know now. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Where the fuck was I? Fuck. So he's using his magic to explain. Does his mouth not work? What's wrong with his mouth? Why does he have to explain it to her magically?
These titans rivaled Godzilla and the other titans for centuries, until other titans started to appear, such as Behemoth, Methuselah, and many others, and managed to end the war with the destroyers. Peace remained, but one day these destroyers will return, and when they do... this world will be destroyed.
Pabby says.
Destroyed?
Elsa says, shocked.
So what you're saying is these destroyers are coming back?
Elsa asks.
Unfortunately, yes.
Grand Pabby says.
When the balance is disturbed, that is the first sign that a destroyer or perhaps more are reawakening or returning to destroy everything. We must prepare ourselves for the worst.
Elsa looks at him for a moment, still shocked about all this overwhelming information.
Yeah, you did kind of info dump on me, Grandpappy. I know what I must do to save our world.
She's going to do what must told be done.
Elsa, I need to tell you something.
Grand Pabby says.
When the time comes and the destroyers return, go find the source and destroy it before it's too late.
Elsa crouches down to him and says,
I won't let you down,
she says with a smile. Grand Pabby looks at her and smiles back.
And it's not only that, but there's also something else I want to show you. Follow me,
Grand Pabby said, as he walks away deeper into the cave and Elsa follows. Stephen's house, Maine, present day. Because don't forget, that happened 5 years ago or some shit, right? It is 8 a.m. on a Saturday, and Stephen wakes up to his alarm clock. He grabs his phone and turns off his alarm, still looking tired. He then gets up sighing and starts walking down the stairs with the pajamas still on. And while he's walking downstairs, he is greeted by Period, Lapis, Amethyst, Pearl, and Garnet looking at the TV with worried faces. So, they're greeting him while simultaneously watching TV. It actually doesn't say they're watching TV, it says they're looking at the TV. He starts walking down the stairs with the pajamas still on. Steven Universe, he owns the only pair of pajamas in the universe. And he never takes them off. Because if he didn't say with the pajamas, I would have assumed he was naked. His fucking pink pubes on display for everybody in the house to see. To look at. Steven is confused at first, but when he looks at the TV too, he starts to glow pink. Goddamn puberty. Another Titan is awakening. Rodan. Okay, we get it. We get it. You have a fucking return key on your keyboard. Congratulations, asshole. Interesting. Isn't it? Isn't it? Well, that was my reaction after reading the chapter where fucking Elsa from Frozen gets introduced to the story. Interesting. That's certainly one word I would use for it, yes. I could think of much better words. But yeah, technically, I could use that one. Rodan theme. Obviously, we can't listen to that, even though I would love to. Rodan awakens. Isla de Mara, Mexico. You ready to get back to the fucking the script of Godzilla King of the Monsters movie? A news helicopter is streaming live all across the U.S. for the awakening of Rodan, since his roars could be heard within the volcano. We are live at the scene where it is believed that the Titanos Rodan is about to break through the containment facility and reawaken from his dormant state. The news anchor explains while showing a live feed of the volcano and the roars that are heard within it. Just then, boom! A massive explosion fills the air with smoke and lava starts to burst from the volcano. People in the Monarch facility started evacuating, but some weren't so lucky. As more lava poured out from the volcano, a massive clawed hand crashes down on the side of the volcano. Just then, it pokes out its head. It has a bird-like reptile appearance, 2 horns curved on the back of its head, a large sharp beak, and a deep yellow eyes. The Titan then, with half of his body, emerged from the lava roaring. Just then, a squadron of jets come in with the command ship. It was Destroyer's League of Terror. In the command ship, Aquamarine was sitting in her chair with the control panel. She then speaks to the rogue squadron.
Squadron, make sure to get Rodan as far from the public eyes as possible and be careful with this Titan. It is known to be very dangerous.
The pilots get the message and obey their commander. One of the rogue jet then releases 2 missiles and hits Rodan's body. Rodan roars from the pain inflicted on him. As more jets do the same thing. They were trying to get his attention to lure him away from the mainland so they can capture him more easily. Rodan then spots the command ship and looks at it with rage in his eyes. And as soon as the ship was close enough to be only a few meters away from him... As soon as the ship was close enough to be only a few meters away from him, Aquamarine turns the ship around. Did you get all that? As soon as the ship was close enough to be only a few meters away from him. When they could have said when the ship was a few meters away from him, they could have said as soon as the ship was close enough and then left it at that. And by the way, a few meters, wouldn't that just be like way too close? By a few, I think you'd be like 3 or 4 meters. You're like right on top of the fucking thing at that point, right? Rodan notices this and was not willing to let them get away attacking him, and he starts to stand up on his hind legs and starts to fly, creating a massive shockwave underneath him, destroying everything in his path. The news helicopter was swept away from the powerful winds, and the live feed was cut off since the helicopter crashed due to how powerful the winds were. The League of Terror gets above the clouds and the rest of the squadron do, and after a few seconds, Rodan tears through the sky, ready to attack the squadron. Aquamarine then messages the pilots, "Engage Rodan now, distract him from what's coming." Copy that. One of the pilots said as they turn around to engage Rodan. And then one of the pilots said, "Hey, Cloud, I've got a case of the Ligma."
Cloud, no!
3 of the jets launch their missiles at Rodan and hits him, but doesn't seem to cause much damage. Rodan, and only angered by this, and flists upward, creating a shockwave, disabling a few of the jets. Then all of a sudden, a loud roar is heard, and Rodan descends from the sky and attacks 2 of the jets in the squadron, crashing on one of them under his clawed foot, and tearing the engine of the other jet with his beak.
We lost 2 of our pilots. Keep them distracted.
Aquamarine yells into the transmitter. Wow, isn't this just riveting action? Like, you can follow it, and it's exciting, and doesn't make you want to be dead? Yes, Commander, a pilot replies. Just then, Rodan gets behind on of the jets and starts tearing one of the wings of it with his beak, and the pilot loses control and falls into the ocean, screaming. Didn't that just happen? Isn't that the exact fucking thing that happened in this paragraph happening again? You know, it's funny because I remember that shot from the movie. It's like, so this is a genre of fanfic, right? Where you just take multiple movies and then mash them together. The jets were now surrounding Rodan, and Rodan now understood what they are up to. Rodan looked at the jets. The jets looked at him. Rodan starts to spin, destroying the jets one by one. I'm losing control, a pilot screams. Mayday, 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 a pilot yells. It's the X-Wing noise. You know what? I wonder if... X-Wing Star Wars. Oh, I would love to have that sound. Oh.
Roger, roger.
Oh. No!
Roger, roger.
I wonder if that's a DMCA. We're getting there.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
How do they not have the fucking sound effect of that like TIE fighter thing, man? I'm gonna find that. Mark my worms. Mark my worms. I will find that. I wonder if that's a DMCA. The mouse is already on his way.
I am the Senate.
DMCA that, Mickey Mouse. DMCA that. I fucking dare you to DMCA that. And they all crash into the ocean. It was now only Rodan and Aquamarine's command ship. Well, this is cool! Aquamarine scowls. Rodan was now only 25 meters away from the command ship. Rodan was close enough to be 25 meters away from the ship. Oh no! Rodan starts to fly faster, trying to catch it, unaware of what was coming. They had no idea they were about to be hit with Elsa from fucking Frozen. Rodan was now only 10 meters away and started to raise his clawed feet up to grab it. But then... 10 heavy armored helicopters ambush Rodan and shoot their cables, grabbing Rodan by his wings, hands, neck, beak, feet, and his pussy and his crack. Rodan was growling, trying to break free, but the cables were just too strong. The terrorists then started to shoot man-made tranquilizers from the helicopters. They shoot at least 20 all around Rodan's body. These tranquilizers were designed to tire out their victim much more quickly. Rodan started to grow weak. He tried to break free from the cables once again, but they were just too strong for him. After a few minutes of struggling, Rodan finally gives up and blacks out. Aquamarine was delighted they were able to capture Rodan. His beak, his feet, his pussy, and his crack. Antarctica, rogue faction. Meanwhile, Destroyer was sitting in his office, awaiting the news if Aquamarine was able to capture Rodan, and just then a phone call was coming in. He answered it, assuming it is Aquamarine. Destroyer speaking, he says. It's been done, sir. We've captured the Titan Rodan, Aquamarine says into the phone. Yo, why do you need to say that? Says into the phone. Because when I talk into the phone, I scream into the fucking wall. Destroyer was now smirking when he heard the news. Excellent, perfect. Destroyer was now laughing. Someone in Hergerberg says, Destroyer, huh? Why is he a guy? He's just a dude now. Why is he a guy? Because you touch yourself at night. Bring him here as soon as possible. We can't have the public now of his capture, Destroyer then says. It will be done, sir, Aquamarine says, and then Destroyer hangs up. He was grinning evilly. Yes. Perfect. Stephen King's house, Maine.
What happened?
Pearl asks. Pearl is fucking... Like, she's got Stephen King tied to a bed, and she's just breaking his leg. She's hobbling him with the sledgehammer over and over. He's like, please let me go. And she's like,
No, you're a dirty little birdie. You're a dirty little birdie, Stephen. A dirty little fucking birdie.
she would do that, yeah. Is Stephen King Irish by any chance? Does he have any Irish ancestry? I think he might be, yeah. Like, second or third generation Irish. She would do that. She would.
I don't know. It just cut off.
Lapis then said.
This is bad. Why are all the Titans awakening like this?
Stephen then asks.
How is this even possible? Why is it happening now?
Stephen yells. The room then went silent. Everyone had blank expressions, and they couldn't answer any. They couldn't answer end of these questions.
Stephen, I don't know.
Garnet then says. Stephen pouts, and he walks upstairs to his room and slams the door. Wow, what a little bitch. Greg looks at the gems with confusion and concern in his eyes for Stephen. Pearl just walks out of the room without saying anything, while Period and Lapis go into the dining room without saying a word also. Oh my, so many unnecessary fucking sentences. Then Garnet walks up to Greg and kicks him in the fucking nuts, I wish, and puts her hand on his shoulder.
It's going to be okay.
Greg just looks at her and he looks back down at the ground sighing.
Thanks, Garnet.
Greg says.
Anytime.
Garnet replies. Wow, what a fucking useful paragraph. What a useful fucking chapter that was. Man, I'm so glad that happened. My life is so much better for having read that. My blood pressure. Just give me a second. Okay. I'm back. I'm fine. Arendelle. Norway! What do you mean, Norway? Oh. Why, because of the trolls, you dumb bitch? Yeah, Arendelle is in Norway now. After nearly 2 weeks of Godzilla's attack on Beach City, the news was now all around the world, including Arendelle. Anna, the sister of Elsa, was especially worried because it was her responsibility as queen to protect her people. Anna was in her bed with a nightgown on. Again, like the pajamas. Thinking about her sister and worrying about this, Godzilla, and if he declared war on humanity. I mean, he didn't really say anything. He just showed up and went... The truth, he was after the gems. The truth was he was after the gems because he felt unbalanced in the world and assumed it was the gems because they caused unbalance when they tried colonizing the world, not knowing that ancient foes were causing the unbalance and concern in nature. You can imagine just kind of the pride and like the gears turning and like, I don't know what the word is. The satisfaction with themselves that they had when they realized that they could tie together Godzilla and Steven Universe in this fashion. You know what I mean? Where they were like, what if the unbalance in the world that Godzilla tries to prevent is the crystal gems colonizing Earth? They were probably so fucking pleased with themselves when they thought of that. Frozen, I can't explain. Just then, Christoph, who I from now on will call Jerkoff, and his husband came into the room.
Anna?
Jerkoff asks worried.
Oh, hey, jerk-off. Sorry, I just got lost in my thoughts.
Anna says.
What were you think about?
Jerkoff asks as he walks over to the bed.
Dada, what were you think about?
Anna hesitates for a moment because why wouldn't she? And then says,
You heard of the Titan attack in America, right?
Anna asks. Jerkoff gives her a look of confusion.
Yeah, it wasn't in our control.
Jerkoff said as he lays down next to Anna.
Who the fuck said you could lay in my bed? Did my boyfriend give you permission to do this, jerk-off? I don't remember my boyfriend giving you permission to lay in our bed. I'm gonna text him right now and tell him he'll take away your Nintendo Switch. I'm just worried. What if he comes here? What if he kills us?
Anna says, freaking out a little.
Dana, it's gonna be okay. I don't know why he attacked. Maybe they saw him and attacked him first, I don't know. But I promise you, it's gonna be okay. If he attacks again, then Monarch will take care of it.
Jerkoff assures Anna. Anna looks at him. Looks at him more calm now and smiling.
You're right, honey.
Anna yawns and she starts to fall asleep.
Alright, you need some rest. Tomorrow will be another long day,
Jerkoff says.
Good night, honey.
Anna says, cuddling her husband. Cuddling her husband.
Good night, sweetie,
Jerkoff says. To be continued. Peace, smiley. Part 6. Destroyer's motives. Guys, there's so much more of this. I'm sorry. It's dark and it's cold. The cold winds have picked up and a blizzard is taking place deep in the heart of Antarctica. It's dark and it's cold. The cold winds. Have I mentioned it's cold? Palm Chomp, thank you for the gift sub. Gubbington. To the family, son. The drawing. Oh, I didn't even notice this. Oh, okay. I missed this completely. So, Hangout, right? Because what that is that's Destroyer, right? In the back. And then in the front, it's the human version of Destroyer. Is that what that is? And he looks like a Homestuck. It's a Homestuck. What is it? What's the word? Gajinka. It's fucking Gajinka Kaijus. Gajinka Kaijus. It's definitely been done before. Yeah, he did good. He's doing Gajinkas. Did Christine Chandler draw that? That's it. I'm assuming the author drew that. Like, do you think really they had this commissioned? Maybe it was an art trade? How did you mix up Gajinka and Homestuck? I didn't mix up Gajinka and Homestuck. It's kind of... What is it when you take a character and make it into a human? Like a non-human character and make it into a human. That's Gajinka, right? It also happens to look vaguely Homestuckish. As on a separate note. Yeah. They made Destroyer into a fucking Homestuck man. A Tumblr sexy man? Well, his nose isn't red enough. Look at this. I love it. I love this. I love this. Antarctica, rogue faction, right? We read this already. Because I forgot the art, okay? Just then, through the darkness, propellers can be heard. The unconscious body of Rodan can be seen. The terrorists have successfully captured Rodan, and no one was able to witness it. The helicopters slowly begin to land. How is that one sentence? Oh.
Careful now.
Aquamarine said through the transmitter.
Yes, Commander.
A voice said from one of the 10 helicopters. So they tranked Rodan and then fucking transported him like he was a fucking rhinoceros? After a few minutes, they managed to land safely, and workers from within the terrorist facility start to move the body of Rodan to a large outpost that the terrorists created nearby Ghidorah's outpost. While Destroyer was in his office, he was reading some Dilbert comics until he heard a knock on his door.
Yes?
Destroyer asked. Jasper then opens the door and starts to inform him about the news.
Sir, I am happy to inform you that the fire demon Rodan has been captured and successfully moved to one of our outposts,
Jasper said in a clear voice. A clear voice.
I already knew that Rodan had been captured, but I'm pleased to hear that he has been successfully moved with no problems. But I have one question.
He pauses for a second, and Jasper waits to hear what his question is. One Mississippi?
Is he awake?
Destroyer asked in a serious tone.
Is he awake?
Last time I checked, no, but if you want to see the Titan for whatever reason, I won't stop you.
Jasper said with pride in her voice. Happy Pride, babe.
Take me to him then. I want to see him personally,
he said.
Yes, sir, I'll take you to him,
Jasper said. Destroyer doesn't say anything as he gets up and walks out of his office, closing the large metal door behind him. Jasper and Destroyer walk for a while until they finally reach the outpost intended for captured Titans they could use for future wars. Rodan remained unconscious while the scientists of the terrorist organization were studying the Titan.
Veins of fire, armored plates disguised to look like molten rock. This creature is extraordinary,
a scientist said. As soon as they heard Destroyer and Jasper enter the room, they bowed to their leader as a sign of respect. They looked at him, too. Destroyer then said,
You all may leave now. I want to see this Titan personally myself up close.
He boomed so everyone can hear. What a fucking boomer. They all obeyed and left the room so he could be alone. Except for Jasper, as she is his bodyguard, and in case anything were to happen, she would have to protect her leader at all costs, even if it means death.
Personally myself.
Yeah, what a confusing... You all may leave now. I want to see this Titan personally myself up close. It's kind of suspicious. Like, my first thought was, like, he wants to jack off to it. But then Jasper stayed, so maybe not. Destroyer started walking up the icy, slippery stairs, trying his best not to fall, and walks over to Rodan's face so they could be face to face. Just then, after a few seconds of examining Rodan, his eyes begin to open and blows steam out of his nose. Rodan was still very weak, and couldn't really move that much, and the cable surrounding him would make it difficult anyway. Rodan then, with his burly eyes, looks down at Destroyer and growls. Destroyer didn't know if Rodan recognized his scent or was just angry because he was captured. It doesn't matter. Just then, Destroyer starts to enter the mind of Rodan, since he was a former Titan and still had the ability to enter the minds of fellow Titans. Great. What does Rodan sound like?
Yeah, who are you and where am I?
Rodan asked furiously.
You're in an outpost designed for captured Titans such as yourself, you see.
Destroyer said with an evil grin on his face.
Then who are you, human?
He asked angrily.
Oh, so you don't recognize my scent or who I am?
He asked as a half-question, half-statement. I guess that's valid.
What do you mean?
Rodan asked with a small amount of anger in his voice.
It's me, Destroyer.
He then said.
No, that's not possible, because you're a Tumblr sexy man.
Rodan said.
It may not seem possible, but after the first Titan War, I managed to invoke the ancient power to turn myself into a human, so I could hide myself from Godzilla, you, and the others,
Destroyer said. Rodan remained silent.
After many years, I finally managed to start building my empire here, and I got recruit after recruit, mostly gems who hate the Earth and want to destroy it.
Destroyer said, still with an evil smirk. In case you were worried that he stopped evilly smirking, he did not.
No, what? I won't allow you to do this!
Rodan screeched, and he tries to break free, but the cables and equipment on him are just too strong for him to break out of in his weakened state.
Don't even try to escape, because you can't,
Destroyer said, taunting Rodan.
Yeah, well, you're gonna taunt me? Because it won't work.
Rodan said, with anger in his voice.
Why, of course not, my friend. I'm here because I have a proposition for you,
Destroyer said.
Yeah, I'll never join you.
Rodan then boomed.
My allegiance is to the balance, and my king and them only.
Rodan then boomed again. Destroyer just still smiled.
Oh, really? Because I believe you're on the wrong side, Rodan.
Destroyer then said.
Yo, and why is that?
Rodan asked.
Don't you see what humans have done to this planet? Don't you see that the balance has always been broken?
Destroyer then said with his smile fading slightly. Rodan hesitated for a moment, because everybody has to hesitate during every fucking dialogue scene in this fic. Every time, always. When are they going to start hesitating to hesitate? I'm waiting for that. Rodan hesitated before hesitating for a moment.
The balance is a myth. Nature is an illusion, something that is not even real.
Destroyer then said, Get fucked, David Attenborough.
If we want to bring back the balance, we must destroy all of humanity and take back what once was ours. And yes, I may have fought you to take the throne from our king, but I've had an enlightenment. I see everything more clearly now. Humans will never accept us in the world, and they are destroying the balance and our home.
Destroyer boomed at Rodan. A lot of booming going on here. It's like a fucking Fish concert. It's like a fucking Grateful Dead concert. So, this is actually interesting because what's been revealed to us is that the reason that the Titans are doing this and the reason Destroyer is doing this is because they need to destroy the humans? What the fuck is going on? Gubbington says, I gotta be honest, once the shock in the story wears off, it's just kind of boring. Well, Gubbington, I'm sorry. I spent several hours looking for fanfics for this stream. If you don't like the fanfic, you are, of course, free to leave. I don't mean to keep anybody here. I apologize if you're finding it boring. It's the best I could do. I'm really sorry. Yeah, it's the best I could do, buddy. I mean, you didn't think it was gonna be good, did you? It's good. It's just a lot of exposition. I suppose I could skip some of it if you guys aren't enjoying it. I mean, there is a lot of it. I'm just sorry I missed Pearl Hates the Irish. Believe it or not, I've read worse. One guy, yeah, but you know what, man? He's not wrong, and he's making me second guess the whole fucking thing now. Yeah, my resolve was shaky to begin with. Don't skip. Well, guys, here's the reality of the situation, okay? We're not even we're almost halfway through it. We can do this. We can do this. But for future reference, guys, you want to fucking absolutely torpedo a streamer's fucking morale? Tell them that their content is fucking boring. Granted, not the story. Maybe not my... You didn't say the stream is boring, but that's kind of the same thing here. So, if you think what's happening is boring, just don't say that. Don't let me know that, please, because that fucks me up. You know? You could understand that, right? Is that easy to understand? Kind of takes the fucking wind out of me, man. Hey, they did say cringe, don't read. They did. They did say that. Yeah, I don't even want to fucking read this now. I don't even want to I'm cucked. Okay, so he thinks the balance of nature is a myth. We're gonna just skip this. Okay, we understand what's happening. I don't need to read that. He has joined us. To be continued. Alright. That was a bad move by Rodan. Godzilla's gonna rip him to pieces. Well, you know what, guys? Also, there is another fic that I want to get to. And it's starting to get late. So I am now feeling more compelled to rush this than I already was. They did warn us. He did put in the fucking title of the thing, cringe, don't read. I fucking ignored it. Part 7, Elsa and Mothra. Troll Valley, Norway. 1 month before Godzilla attacks Steven. So it's another flashback, right? As Grandpappy and Elsa go deeper into the forbidden troll cave. You don't worry, you're gonna get cringe. You're just gonna get slightly less cringe. Elsa can feel this strange light energy coming from deeper in the cave, and also water running. She is curious to find out what it is. They finally reach the entrance to what looks like a cocoon, surrounded by rocks and what appears to be a waterfall just in front of it. It was breathtaking. The sight was so beautiful. Am I supposed to hesitate? Over here, is that what these spaces are for? Okay, this is Grandpappy.
Years ago, me and a few other higher trolls, we smoked a lot of weed. Found this cocoon in this ancient cave in the Troll Valley. We believe ancient humans may have worshipped this titan and have made those paintings long ago.
Wow, this is amazing. It's almost like a dream.
Elsa said softly.
Yes, my dear, indeed. We have been studying this for years, and we believe that the Titan Mothra is in this cocoon. It just hasn't hatched yet,
Grandpappy then stated.
How long do you think it will take to hatch?
Elsa asked. Softly, gently. I mean gently.
Yeah, I mean a lot of weed. We weren't the higher trolls, we were the highest trolls. Who knows, it could take years, but when we discovered it, it was an egg, which we saw around 50 years ago, so I have no idea when she will hatch from her cocoon.
So now there's a flashback in the flashback. 50 years ago, the Grand Troll Council had recently just discovered the ancient Titan cave and the paintings. We must keep it a secret from the world, one of the Grand Trolls said.
I agree, we must not panic the other trolls and the Arendellans. We don't even know what these creatures are and if they are even real.
Another Grand Troll said.
We can't hide the discovery. We need to come forward.
A third Grand Troll said.
When the time comes, we will come forward, but now if we want to protect everyone, we must keep it a secret for now.
Grandpappy at the time was around 23 years old and was brand new to the Grand Council. He was still sowing his wild oats and just blowing loads everywhere, you know? He was young, dumb, and full of cum. As the Grand Trolls were discussing the situation, Pabby decided to go deeper into the cave, into the wet cavern, as he was not interested in the conversation being held. We're not interested in it either, for the record. I do not blame him. That's a huge mood here. As he went deeper, he could hear the sound of water running, as the voices of the Grand Troll Council was getting more muffled. As he got closer, he saw a waterfall along what looked like an egg that was almost hatched. He could see the form of an egg.
Guys, look at this!
Pabby yelled so the others can hear. The rest of the Grand Trolls soon followed, and they were shocked, to say the least, of what they saw.
An egg?
One of the Grand Trolls said.
This place is ancient.
Another one of the trolls said in amazement.
More like lovely and beautiful.
The third Grand Troll said before hesitating and then after walking through the wall of the cave and looking at everyone. Many of them were just looking in amazement at the beautiful sight in front of them. Bro, I am just looking here.
I think we can all agree that we have to study this egg,
Pabby finally said.
Agreed,
The second Grand Troll said.
yes.
Said the first Grand Troll.
Certainly we should.
Said the fourth Grand Troll.
I agree very much with this statement,
Said the fifth Grand Troll.
I think that you guys are a bunch of assholes. But yeah, we should probably study the egg.
Said the sixth Grand Troll. The seventh Grand Troll just grunted, took a shit on the floor, and then walked out of the room. The eighth Grand Troll got on his knees, sniffed the shit deeply, and then followed the seventh Grand Troll out of the room. The ninth Grand Troll... The ninth... I turned into AI Dungeon, yeah. I turned into AI Dungeon. For now, we will keep this discovery a secret as to not scare our fellow trolls and people. Who knows, these creatures can be everywhere. And with that, they began to study the paintings of the Titans, their names, meaning, and purpose. As the years go by, the trolls decided to keep this a secret. When the right time will come, they will come forward. End of flashback. Elsa stepped forward to get a closer look, and she just barely noticed a few cracks on the cocoon.
It might be soon.
Elsa then said. Just then it started to crack more. Elsa and Pabby stay still as they look at the cracking cocoon. Just then the cocoon almost cracks completely as a light can be seen shining from inside. The cocoon cracks and wings start to spread in the air as Mothra slowly opened her eyes. The insects don't have eyelids, asshole! To see Elsa and Grandpappy in front of her, she roars softly to them as they just watching in amazement of the birth of Mothra. The cocoon hesitates. Yeah,
She's so beautiful.
Elsa said, hesitatingly and gently. And just then, Mothra snapped Elsa in half with her giant mandibles. Grandpappy shouldn't help but smile, but he did anyway.
I want to try something.
Elsa says softly and gently, and starts to approach Mothra slowly to not startle her. Mothra sees her and lowers her head to see the beautiful women in front of her approaching. So, Pabby is female? Alright. I'm happy for you, Pabby. There it is. Elsa was now a few feet away from her and starts to raise her hand. And then, as hard as possible, gives Mothra 5 fingers Sicilian style right across the mandibles. They were now very close, and Elsa puts her hand on her soft, furry head. Mothra was not terrified from her touch. Instead, she moaned softly, as not to startle Elsa. Elsa couldn't believe this. She was up close, touching a titan with her bare hand. Mothra, the queen of monsters herself. We stand a queen. And then Mothra and Elsa fucked! What if that happened? How do you know that's not gonna happen in the next chapter? How do you know Greg is not gonna fuck Godzilla? How do you know? Elsa, Grandpappy said. Elsa turns away from Mothra to face Grandpappy, taking her hand off Mothra.
I think it's time to come forward and reveal what is going on,
Grandpappy says. Elsa smiles at Grandpappy. I think so too, Elsa says gently. To be continued. No comments. I can't believe people are like not reading this. What the fuck? Part 8. Steven's confrontation. Steven's house, Maine. It has been 3 weeks since Godzilla's attack, and Steven's anxiety is only getting worse by the day. He fears Godzilla will come back one day and take away what is left of his. Left of his what? Steven is driving on a cloudy day coming back from the grocery store when he sees a pink hedgehog in the middle of the road. Get a load of this! I know we did that already, but can we talk about the fact that Steven is like fucking... Well, no, he's 16, right? So you could have a driver's license at 16, right? That's a thing? This is what Ishiro Honda envisioned in 1954. Alright. I was about to question why he was driving a car, but I guess that's cool. Steven is driving on a cloudy day coming back from the grocery store. Sometimes he uses it as an excuse just so he could get away from his house and have some alone time away from his family and friends. What, going grocery shopping? That must get very expensive, Steven. Like, why can't you just go to the fucking park? Every time he wants to just get out of the house, he goes grocery shopping. Their fucking house is just riddled with like rotting cabbages and shit. It's just filled with food that nobody's eating. Cause he's just going out. He's charging everything to Pearl's credit card. It's gonna get really, really fucking expensive, man. Window shopping. So what, he goes to the grocery store and doesn't buy anything, he just looks at the food? What the fuck is this concept of going grocery shopping as an excuse to get out of the house? Steven pulls up to his driveway, gets out of his car, and scrapes the remains of Amy Rose and Stephen King out of the grill of his vehicle before picking up the groceries in the trunk of his car. So far tonight, Steven Universe has mowed down Stephen King And when he mowed him, he was like, there can only be one. He mowed down Stephen King, and he mowed down Amy Rose. He hit Stephen King twice, yeah. So Stephen King went through like months of fucking like physical therapy and shit to be able to walk again. Takes another walk and gets hit by the same person, Steven Universe. That's what happened? Yeah. Amy Stephen Rose. All this just because they said that because Greg moved to Maine for no reason. Why Maine? There was no explanation as to why it was Maine. Just randomly Maine. Maybe the fucking person writing this is from Maine? He also mowed down Steve Buscemi. Steven Zooted Universe. Of course he's zooted. What, he's gonna do this not zooted? Come on. He had to mow down Steve Buscemi. Yeah, there can only be one Steve. Amy was just for fun. Stephen King wrote this. Yeah. Yeah, it's like almost as long as the Dark Tower series. Guys, there was one of the fucking fanfics that I didn't choose for this stream. That was the Undertale Steven Universe crossover. Guys, it was longer than fucking War and Peace. I'm not exaggerating this. It was fucking mental how long this thing was. I'm like, how the fuck can you write? And every chapter was insanely fucking long. It was nuts. How do you write fucking Steven Universe crossover with Undertale for fucking thousands and thousands of pages? I'm not I'll find it for you guys so you can fucking see it. Ridiculously long. Quarantine hours, maybe. Was it longer than the Smash Brothers fanfic? Probably not. Hyperfixation, I guess. Okay, so he picks up his groceries and starts to walk to the front door. He struggles to get his keys due to having his hands full, and he groans, but eventually gets them and opens the door and walks in. What is the point of that? Why is that relevant to anything? What the fuck is going on? How about this? You put the bags down, you open the door, and then you pick the bags back up. Why is that impossible? It's like manufactured drama. They're very specifically recreating scenes from the show. Did that happen in the show? He struggles to get his keys due to having his hands full, and he groans but eventually gets them and opens the door and walks in. A lot of this is Future. I didn't see Future. I saw the Spinal movie. In the living room, Greg, Pearl, Garnet, and Amethyst were in there, seeming like they were waiting for him. Steven? This is an intervention. Yeah. Steven...
Where are the drugs, Steven? Where are you hiding the drugs, Steven? Steven, you tell me where the drugs are right now, Steven.
I don't have any drugs, I swear. Stephen King was letting me get bumps to some of his coke.
Steven, explain the corpses of Stephen King and Amy Rose in the driveway.
Meanwhile, Lapis and Peridot were upstairs along with Bismuth. Why tell us that? Is that specifically recreating a scene from the show? When Lapis and Bismuth and Period are upstairs and they're not even in the fucking frame of the fucking thing? Is that a scene from the show? You know, why not have Stephen King actually show up into the story at this point? It's like, some Dark Tower shit, you know, Stephen King fans know. Just have him show up. Like, write him into the story. You already have Elsa. You know, you already have Garfield. I wish it had Garfield. Hey, guys. What are you doing here in the living room together like this? Stephen asked, trying to show no annoyance in his voice. He knows it's an intervention.
Stephen!
Garnet then says. Pearl adds on.
We want to talk to you about how you are doing.
Pearl says. Stephen looks at them with a confused expression.
What do you mean?
Stephen asks them.
Stephen, you seem to be acting more different than usual. We get what you were going through. We are too. It's a look to take in, but please, just talk to us about what's going on.
Greg says to Stephen. It's a look to take in, but please, right, because they're all looking at him intensely as they speak to him. Stephen now goes from a confused expression to a more concerned one. He goes from to.
What are you talking about? I'm fine, I promise you.
Stephen says, trying to hide his annoyance again.
Stephen, please, just let us in. Talk to us about what's wrong.
Pearl then says. Stephen is now starting to show his annoyance. His family could tell by his body language.
Guys, please, I'm fucking fine. There's nothing to fucking worry about.
Stephen says, a little more annoyed voice, but trying to reassure them.
It really just seems like you're trying to avoid a serious discussion altogether.
Garnet then points out. Pearl gives a worried look when she says this. Just then, after Garnet said that, Stephen starts to glow pink again and then shouts,
No, I'm not!
Stephen yelled so loud that the glass started to shatter on the window and even cracked a cup. Everyone in the room was shocked, and after Stephen shouted that Lapis, Period, and Bismuth walk into the room to see what was going on, they were now just as shocked as the others. Everybody's shocked, really shocked.
Stephen, you have to calm down and talk to us.
Garnet then says, and starts to walk towards Stephen, which causes him to crouch down onto his knees on the kitchen floor.
Come on, just chill, man.
Amethyst then says, also starting to walk towards Stephen. Stephen groans.
We have to do something about this before someone gets hurt.
Pearl then says, but stays right in her place next to Greg, who had a concerned expression for his son, who looked like who was in a lot of pain. After Pearl says this, Stephen loses it.
Leave me alone!
Stephen yells at the top of his lungs. Stephen then notices something strange. Everything is in slow motion. His powers must be interfering with time itself.
What's this? I'm speeding up. I have to get out of here.
Stephen says, and he runs out of the kitchen, running to the front door. They're gonna fucking tell us the exact route he takes, like through the house to get to the front door. He opens the front door and slams it shut. He continues to run until he reaches his car. He turns the ignition and drives off away from his rental home. Now it's a rental home. He then continues to drive down the highway. He takes an exit because he sees a sign for Dairy Queen. He goes to the Dairy Queen drive-thru and he gets a Blizzard. He then enjoys the Blizzard in the parking lot of the Dairy Queen. He then gets back on the highway and continues to drive. He gets off the highway and there's a red light and then he stops at the red light. He looks at the car next to him and there's an old lady and she waves at him and then he waves back at her. And then he continues driving. And then he stops at a payphone on the side of the road. Because he realizes he needs some landscaping done and he calls up the League of Terror. Total Landscaping. And they say, no, you're confused. This is actually the League of Terror terrorist organization. You want the landscapers. We don't do any landscaping here, just terrorism. And he goes, okay, give me the phone number for the League of Terror landscapers. And they say, okay, here it is. And then he calls up the League of Terror landscapers. And he gets some landscaping done. And then he ran out of gas. And then he went and got a new car that actually had gas this time. And then he starts driving that car. B crimes, do gay. What? A forest in Maine. Stephen had been driving for at least 15 minutes until he sees Stephen King walking on the side of the road and slams into him at full speed. And then he gets out and he fucking stands over Stephen King's crumpled corpse and he goes, "That's what you get, motherfucker! That's what you get for writing Christine! A book about an evil car! That book was stupid! That book was stupid and you should feel bad! I hate that book!" And then he got back in the car and ran over Stephen King, and then backed up again, and then ran over him again, and then backed up again. And this is a fucking Family Guy bit. Here's the Family Guy bit. Brian Griffin, or I think, hits Stephen King in the car, and then gets out of the car and goes, "Oh my God, are you Stephen King?" And then the guy goes, "No, I'm Dean Koontz." And then he gets back in the car and runs him over several more times. Ivan Lee says, "I thought I was watching Family Guy. Steven, look out!" Steven had been driving for at least 15 minutes until he stops at a clearing in a nearby forest he had been in before if he needed to have sanctuary to be by himself. Why not just go to the fucking grocery store, man, and buy some melons? Just go buy a bunch of melons. Just go put fucking $70 of melons on fucking Pearl's credit card. If you want to be by yourself. He gets out of his car and climbs to the top of his car, looking at the cloudy sky while standing on his car. Why? Stephen thinks.
Why is this happening? Why me? Why did he attack me in the first place?
Stephen thinks. Sadness is now taking over Stephen. He feels like no one understands him. He doesn't even know himself. Godzilla attacking him left a huge scar on his mental health. His mental health. Yeah, I guess a kaiju encounter will probably do that, right? He had just saved the galaxy and had to deal with Spinal. I'm never sure if I'm saying that right. And barely surviving that, and now these things. Monsters, titans are awakening again. To do what? Destroy us? No, what? You think Destroyer wants to destroy you? Way to judge a book by its cover, Stephen. Or is it something else? Perhaps he'll never know, at least for now. All Stephen can do is look up at the sky, thinking about these thoughts. So wait. Is that how that works? You think about thoughts? Oh, fuck. I feel like you gotta be on some serious drugs to do that. Yeah, you might have to dip into Stephen King's stash. If you want to have thoughts about your thoughts. Think about them thoughts. It's called thunking. Yeah, you can think about things, but what do you mean thinking about these thoughts? Whew, the redundancy is starting to become extremely painful. But maybe, just maybe, the diamonds know. That's it. He'll go to the diamonds. Perhaps they'll know of why this is happening. That's what he'll do. Now he just has to get to them. On Homeworld. Arendelle, Norway. It is Friday night in Arendelle. And everybody is watching Jabroni Mike read a shitty fanfic. And they're regretting every second of it. Anna is waiting for her sister by the gates for her to come, as her sister always visits her on Friday nights to hang out and play family games.
Look, there's a family game.
Just then, she hears her approach. When Elsa is close enough, she gets off the knock and he disappears into the fjord.
Elsa!
Anna yells, and she comes to hug her sister. Got a fresh hug from the hug tower. Elsa hugs her back and they enjoy the embrace.
I missed you, sis.
Elsa says with a smile on her face.
I missed you too,
Anna replies, and they pull apart Like some fucking perfectly cooked pulled pork. Oh, fuck, now I want brisket. Or like a nice rotisserie chicken where it just falls off the bone. Fuck yeah. Just then, Jerkoff, Sven, and Olaf come in, and they all hug Elsa as well. Like at once? That must be very sweaty. Although I guess Olaf, being a snowman, would like cool him down while it's happening. It has been 1 month since Grandpappy and Elsa told everyone about the Titans, and everyone was shocked. When Anna discovered it, she was surprised that such things existed, even though she had recently heard of Godzilla's attack on Beach City, and she is undoubtedly unnerved, but she knows that with her sister they can accomplish anything.
Anna, there's something I need to tell you.
Elsa then says after she hugs her family.
Sure, what is it? I've recently asked Pabby, and he says it's okay that you all see the Titan Mothra.
Anna gasps. Jerkoff couldn't help but smile at his wife's boyfriend's reaction.
Yes, I've been dying to see her ever since you told me about her.
Anna yells in a cheerful voice. Elsa couldn't help but smile.
Then come on, everyone, let's go.
Elsa says, and she leads the way to the Troll Valley. As soon as they reach the Troll Valley, Elsa leads them to the Forbidden Troll Cave, where the new sanctuary for Mothra lays. You know, right after they paid the troll toll to get into the troll hole. The Forbidden Troll Hole. When they enter the cave through the waterfall, Olaf is intrigued by the Titan paintings in the cave.
Whoa!
Was all Anna could say as she observes the Titan paintings quickly and continues on deeper into the cave. Everyone can hear the sound of running water and soft groans as well. They enter into the sanctuary of Mothra, the queen of the monsters herself. It was a beautiful sight indeed. Olaf awes in amazement. Is that a thing you could do, awe? Is that a verb? The moaning, it sounded like this. Olaf awes in amazement, while Jerkoff and Sven do the same. Elsa and Anna look at each other with smiles, and they go closer to the Titan Queen. They are now only a foot away from her face, and they bring their palms to Mothra's fuzzy head. And she doesn't react at all as she is sleeping. Anna then looks at Elsa with a wide smile.
Best night ever!
Anna says, and Elsa just continues smiling at her as they touch Mothra. Touch dick? No, not touch dick. Touch Mothra. Part 9, Homeworld Bound. Somewhere in Maine, I don't even give a shit anymore, just anywhere, literally anywhere in Maine. Stephen knew there was an old warp pad nearby in this specific forest in Maine.
It's a warp pad. Yeah, cool.
It was used during the Gem Titan War to get soldiers from Homeworld to Earth more quickly and effectively than just waiting for more Gem soldiers to be done incubating. Stephen stops his car off the dirt road he was on, and he notices the warp pad. He got out of his car to get a better look at it. It looked old and dirty. It looked as if it was used for centuries. So it looks as if it wasn't used for centuries, which would make it look old and dirty, or it had been used for centuries, and as a result of being used for centuries, it looks old and dirty. Which is it? Stephen hopes this works, as it will be the only way for getting to Homeworld. If only not for Godzilla destroying his home, he wouldn't even be in this situation. In just a split second, Stephen got on it, and he got transferred from Earth all the way to Homeworld in just a few seconds. He is now on Homeworld. He has to admit, Homeworld looks a lot better now than it did in Era 3. Everything look all pretty and colorful than it did in Era 3 when it was more dark. Stephen makes his way to the new Diamond Palace, and he realizes it looks a lot more different. There were no more servants. Everyone looked free. It's all thanks to Stephen. As he approaches, he notices a Purple Pearl, who looks to be a tourist, explains the history of Era 2 in the throne room of the diamonds. This causes Stephen to cringe a little, but manages to hold in his emotions from spilling out, as he didn't want to cause another scene. Can't relate. As the tour leaves after the purple explains the history of the diamonds, all but one stays, which is revealed to be no other than Spinal, she then notices Steven.
Steven!
Spinal says with hearts in her eyes, and she runs over and gives Steven one big smooch. Steven loses his temper again and glows pink.
Spinal, what is wrong with you?
Steven yells. Spinal took this as a "what's up?"
You know, the usual.
Spinal replies with a smirk on her face. Everyone's got a smirk on their fucking face. Steven regains his calm and stops glowing pink.
So how have you been here since,
Steven says, but stops.
Since I tried to kill you, that was so embarrassing. I was just a reek back then, but I'm so much better now.
Spinal replies with excitement in her voice.
So what are you doing here?
Spinal asks Steven.
I need to talk to the diamonds.
Steven says, "No kidding, you can never call, write, or even visit us." Okay. I'm gonna get to the part that matters here. So he's talking to the diamonds. Okay, what is it? Yellow asks Steven. Who is Godzilla? Why are these titans reawakening on Earth? And why did Godzilla attack me and my family? Steven asks Yellow. Spinal gave half concerned, confused expression, while Yellow was just shocked. Half confused, half concerned, confused. Confused? Confused. Let's call it confused. I'm afraid I can only answer one of those questions, Yellow says. Godzilla is an ancient foe who I thought we killed a long time ago, but I guess not. That's all I know. If you want more answers, go see Blue. I bet she knows more than I do. I'm afraid I don't know much myself either, Steven. Blue states, as she lays on a cloud she made from her tears. You fucking edgy bitch. Blue now has the power to create clouds of pure joy as a way for gems to be happy.
You don't know anything?
Steven asked Blue. Well, I do know one thing about him, Blue says. He's got a huge cock. He was rumored as the protector of Earth, a part of nature itself, whatever that is, and he was the firstborn guardian of Earth. Blue finishes. Right, nature, whatever that is, because nature is made up, remember? Just like the stock market and the economy, they're all fake. If you want the full story, I suggest you go see White. She can answer all your questions. How about you just fucking start with him going to talk to White? Spinel and Steven, nice to see you here. How can I help you two today? Oh, no thanks, White, but Steven here has a few questions for you, Spinel says to White. All right, then, Spinel. May you please give a little privacy, White says. Of course, don't take too long, Spinel says as she walks out of the room just outside the doors. We have another causality issue here. Spinel walks out of the room just outside the doors. So I think they're trying to say that Spinel entered the room that is located just outside of the doors to the room that White and Steven are currently in? What is it you wanted to ask me? White asks Steven. Well, you see, a few weeks ago, Godzilla attacked me and my family, and I don't know why, and these Titan beings are awakening again. Why? White was shocked. Her face went from calm to now concerned. What was she could say? Nanny? I thought we killed him a long time ago, she mumbles. Steven is now beyond confused. He's confused. Steven, I think it's time you know, White says, and she uses her power to channel her thoughts into Steven's head. Okay, so she's just going to tell him a bunch of things that we already know. Wait, hold on. In the end, our pink... Right, so the Titans awoke and attacked the fucking gems, right? In the end, our pink got shattered by Godzilla, White says in sadness. But that doesn't make any sense. Pearl told me that my mom, Rose Quartz, was Pink Diamond, leader of the Crystal Gems, who led the short-lived rebellion just before the Titans came in, Steven says, confused. If my mom was shattered, how am I even alive, Steven says. White was now shocked. I don't know, White finally says, after much, much hesitation. If you want to know more about the Titans, we discovered an ancient river with answers about the past. We had gems on Earth that explained it in the north. It is known to be a place called Ahatohalan, White explains. You want to know the truth, go there. So the person writing this realizes that the fucking... That character being dead means that Steven Universe can't be alive on account of the fact that the gem is his mother. And the gem is embedded in his body. So Steven Universe wouldn't fucking exist if Rose Quartz was killed, correct? And now they need to write in some convoluted bullshit to make that make sense. Maybe somebody said that to them. They were like, hey, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Autofellatio is from Frozen 2. Good to know. A horrifying future vision can be seen. A giant pink-looking monster roaring, causing a shockwave to appear, attacking the gems.
What's going on?
Steven says while looking into this vision. Then there's another vision. This time it's Godzilla violently battling this pink monster. A big, pink, fuzzy with pubes monster. Just a big old pile of pink pubes. Then there's one last vision. Godzilla and what appears to be a three-headed monster standing face to face, with Godzilla roaring at each other, clashing, causing a shockwave appear. After this, Steven falls back, and White collapses to the floor, breathing heavily from what they just saw. What was that? White asks. I don't know. Steven starts to glow pink again, just as freaked out as White is, and he runs out of the room scared. Wait! White yells at Steven. I'm skipping things. Godzilla as Steven's mom? That's a fun theory, especially since we know that Greg fucked Godzilla. Maybe take your bets. Is Godzilla Steven's mom? Part 10, getting somewhere. Why do I doubt that?
Where is he?
Pearl says in a panicky voice.
He can't just run off like that. We have to find him.
Pearl says, freaking out.
Jeez, Pearl, calm down. You'll only make things worse for yourself.
Amethyst then says as calmly as possible, as she was worried too.
Calm down. Calm down. Steven has not come back, and it's been 3 hours.
Pearl yells at Amethyst.
Pearl, this is not just about you. I'm just as panicked as you are.
Amethyst yells back at Pearl. Garnet and Greg were also physically shown to be worried as well about Steven, just in case you were wondering about these two characters that aren't being discussed right now at all. Meanwhile, with Period and Lapis, they are just as concerned as well. Everybody's here!
Lapis, do you think Steven is okay?
Period asks her. Lapis looks at Period for a second and then says,
I honestly don't know.
Lapis says in a soft tone. So you have Lapis says, and then the dialogue, and then Lapis says again at the end of the sentence. Remarkable. Just then, while Amethyst and Pearl were arguing, the front door opens to reveal no other than Steven with a terrible look on his face.
Steven, where have you been?
Pearl yells at Steven. Steven just looks at her and walks away.
Yeah, man, you can't just disappear on us like that.
Amethyst yells at Steven. Garnet then notices Steven's expression as he walks up the stairs. It looked like he was absolutely miserable. Of course he is, because he has to live with you people. Garnet felt so bad for Steven. He must be in so much pain from all the traumatic events that have taken place, unaware that Steven saw a horrifying future vision that would change everything. Lapis and Period also noticed his expression and turned their heads to Amethyst and Pearl.
Guys, I think you should leave Steven alone.
Period says gently. They look back at her and calm down, and they look up to see Steven walking up the stairs to his room. They knew he needs space, so they let it go, and they to the front door to go outside. Pearl and Amethyst close the door behind them, and they walk over to the side of the porch where a few chairs are to sit down, and oh my god, I'm going to slam my face into the fucking monitor. They then sit down, not saying a word. And then Amethyst said a word immediately. They sit down, not saying a word, except...
Pearl,
Amethyst says and looks over.
I don't think Steven is okay. No, he is not. We have to help him somehow.
Pearl replies back as they just stare out onto the open shore. So let's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's 18 words that got said despite not saying a word again. I don't think Steven is okay.
No, you think he might not be okay? You think so? Really? Why?
Steven was in his room, still looking miserable.
Autofellatio,
He then says out loud softly.
I must get there. I could have used the warp pad, but I can't go alone. I don't even think there are any warp pads in the north, but where is Autofellatio? I must find the truth.
He knows he can't go there alone.
You just told us that!
Wait a minute. Maybe Period knows where it is in the north. Won't hurt to ask her, hopefully. Here's hoping I don't ask her and she dies instantly on the spot. Steven gets up from his bed and goes out of his room to find Period to see if she could locate it with her technology. Steven finds Period in the dining room on her computer, and Steven goes up to her. Hey, Period, Steven says to her. Period looks up at Steven with a blank expression, but then manages to smile a little bit.
Hey, Steven, are you feeling all right now, you fucking clod? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little down. That's all. I just need some time away.
Steven lies. But the truth is, he is not fine, and he feels like people shouldn't worry about him because he can fix anything, and people wouldn't even have to worry about him. That's true. He can fix anything. That is we know this about him. If there's anything we fucking know about this character, it's that, right?
I wanted to talk with you about a place called Autofellatio.
Steven says to Period.
What now?
Period asks confused.
A Toholand, a place I heard that can answer questions about the past. I want you to locate it. Why? Why do you need me to locate it? Do you plan on going there, you stupid fucking clod bastard?
Steven hesitates for a second, but then asks, I want to know the truth about the Titan things and why they are here after thousands of years and what's going on.
Well, okay then. There doesn't appear to be many results for it, but let me try to locate it.
Period says as she does her thing on the computer. Period is really good with technology because back before she met Steven and the other gems, she was created to always use technology and make reports and codings for Yellow Diamond, fuck you. Just then she found it, the location to Autofellatio. It was located in northern Norway by the Dark Sea. Uh-oh. Steven, that's really far. I don't think it's a good idea to go there, and I don't even know the nearest warp pad to there. How are you even going to cross the Dark Sea? Steven looks back at her and answers, I have the power to float, remember? Oh, right, yeah, fine, okay. Fuck this.
If you're not back in at least 2 hours, I'm telling the gems.
Period tells Steven with a serious face. Alright, Steven says, and he walks out of the room and heads for the door, only to see Greg in the living room.
Hey, Stewball, where are you going?
Greg asks Steven. Steven looks over to look his father in the eyes and replies, just going outside for at least 2 hours. There's nothing to worry about.
Steven, are you going to northern Norway? You know how I feel about that, Steven.
Just be careful outside, and remember, you could tell me anything because I love you, Stewball, Greg says with a warm, hearting smile on his face. Steven was honestly touched but didn't show it.
I love you too, Dad.
Steven says, and he closes the door behind him and gets in car and drives all the way to Norway. Drives off back to where he found old Warppad. And now Greg is really stoked because he has the house all to himself and Godzilla. Enchanted Forest, Norway. It's a cloudy day today in the Enchanted Forest, and Elsa is walking in the forest, keeping watch over it. And, I don't care. She heard a sound in the forest. The figure appeared to be a boy with black puffy hair, a pink jacket with the black shirt underneath it with the big yellow star in the middle, blue jeans and sandals. Yep, that's what Steven Universe looks like. As if, like, you know, we're gonna be shocked by the fucking revelation that Elsa is about to meet Steven Universe. Everyone's getting pregnant tonight. Godzilla lays eggs, though. She then heard him speak. I must get to Atoll. I need to find the truth. Things are about to get interesting. Why do I doubt that? Why he's heading to Altaland? What truth is he talking about? Elsa thought to herself, while following Steven but staying covered in the trees to avoid being seen by this mysterious boy. As Steven walks in the strange forest, he thought he could faintly see a little blue salamander which appeared to be watching him. Steven looks at the little creature with wonder as he walks closer to it. But when he was a few feet away from the little creature, it ran off and disappeared. Elsa saw this and she realized that Bruni is coming to her. Okay, fuck Bruni. Elsa and Steven meet each other. I don't give a fuck. This is supposed to be one of the most intriguing parts of the entire fucking fanfic, right? Where Steven Universe and Elsa meet up for the first time and get to know each other. And I'm actually just ignoring it. The truth. As he continues to go deeper in Atalan, he starts to see a clear mist forming in front of him. As it slowly clears away, he sees past memories being formed from the ice. He notices some good memories with him and Connie, and he couldn't help but smile. Past Steven.
Gem buds? Gem buds!
And they hug. Steven couldn't help but smile at that memory for having a good friend like Connie, even though he's ignored her for this entire fanfic, and probably completely forgot about her existence. Then there's the Cookie Cat memory of when Steven sang that song to the gems. He could help but cringe at it a little as he proceeded to more of the traumatic memories. Then there was the time
when Eyeball tried to take his gem in space. Now, remember that, Lois? When Steven started to glow pink a little at the sight and turns away as he stares into another memory? No, Lois, remember the time when Steven saw a pearl poof right in front of him and he thought she frickin' died? That was frickin' awesome. Frickin' sweet.
So they just did a clip episode of Steven Universe? Like they just sat here and they were like, hey, remember this Steven Universe episode? Remember that Steven Universe episode? Remember? These memories were from more recent times. Steven saw an icy figure of Godzilla roaring into the sky after his victory destroying Beach City, which makes Steven clench his fist in anger, glowing more pink. Steven wanted to punch it so bad, but he knew he couldn't do anything and it wouldn't make a difference. Then he starts to learn the truth. The truth that we all know already. Alright, so there's a trinity of guardians. There was Rodan, the one born of fire. There was Mothra, the queen of the monsters, and Godzilla, the king of the monsters. There were also many other titans in the world that came around and helped protect the world, and most importantly, protecting the balance of nature itself. And when it's unbalanced, the protectors feel it and will shit violently. Then there's the destroyers, the ones who wanted to destroy the balance and take the throne for themselves as Sigma, so they can have complete control. There were many destroyer titans, such as the Muto Prime, the main enemy of Godzilla's species. destroyer, the powerful destroyer titan, and King Ghidorah, one of many Godzilla's main rival and the most powerful destroyer. Steven has now learned the truth about why the Titans are reawakening again, because the balance is undone, and they need to fix it. But that wasn't all he needed to know. He needed to know the truth about why Godzilla attacked him and how he is alive if his mother got shattered by Godzilla thousands of years ago. Near the end of the Gem Titan War, it was reported that Godzilla and the others are headed directly towards Pink Diamond. So just in time, she got a quartz to shapeshift into her form, and Pink went into her gem form so her pearl can take her and keep her gem safe. After Godzilla shattered the quartz in Pink's form, her pearl, which was actually Steven's pearl, took her on a ship and fled. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my god, fuck off. In the beginning of the fucking bit, you showed the fucking character being killed. And now you're coming up with this fucking retcon bullshit. Fuck you. Oh my god, fuck off. Now all that's left is to find the truth about why Godzilla attacked him and his family. It was because...
Because I love you.
It was because of him. Steven was shocked. What? Steven is the ultimate destroyer. That pink pube monster that Steven saw in his vision with White was him. Godzilla sensed that Steven had growing darkness within him, so he had to destroy him. Godzilla knew all along. And... the destroyers were coming back, starting with Steven himself. Steven's house, Maine. Pearl is in the living room sitting next to Garnet while Greg is in his... I don't care! What the fuck does it matter if they're sitting positions?
I think I'm going to check on Steven now.
Pearl says while Garnet just nods, not looking at her. For once, right? For once. Pearl walks up the stairs and gets to Steven's door, which was closed. Pearl knocks on his door.
Steven? Are you masturbating in there?
Pearl says, which no sound is heard.
Steven, are you okay?
Steven learned a few neat little tricks from Jerkoff when he was in Arendelle. She decides to open the door and see that he was done. She goes back downstairs. What? Like he finished jacking it?
Has anyone seen Steven?
Pearl asked. Greg had gone out of his room and looks up at Pearl. Oh, thank God. Yeah, he left at least over an hour ago, but he hasn't come back. Greg says, a little worried now. Pearl then looks over to see Period entering the room along with Lapis.
Did Steven tell any of you where he was going? She asks them.
They don't respond. Lapis just shrugs while Period didn't do anything, just looking straight. At the window, but not at the window, just kind of on a diagonal from the window. Like to the right of the window slightly, but not directly at the window.
Period. Where is Steven?
Period still wasn't talking, but she was sweating now even more. Eventually, Period couldn't take it anymore.
Fine, you fucking clod cunt. Steven went to a place called Autofellatio to discover the truth about the Titans. So he found a warp pad in the nearby forest and went there to Ayatolan.
Everyone in the room was wide-eyed.
Nanny!
Garnet was just as shocked as Pearl, along with Greg and Lapis. Gather all the gems. We have to find Steven. To be continued. Part 13. Corruption. Anna, Jerkoff, Olaf, and Sven Whatever. Arrive at the Enchanted Forest to be greeted by Yelena and Honey Marin? So all the crystal gems go to the fucking... the Frozen universe. Okay, Steven has learned that inevitably he will become the pink monster in his vision and become the ultimate destroyer. That is his future, his unfortunate destiny. Elsa notices Steven looking miserable while his pubic region glows very pink. Steven, what's wrong? Elsa says in a gently voice which makes Steven want to cry, but holds it back. I want to cry too. Okay, I want to get to the part where Steven turns into the ultimate destroyer. I'm a monster, Steven finally says, and hundreds of spikes come out of him. It's just puberty, man. Happens to everybody. Relax. Meanwhile, Anna and the others find Elsa by the edge of the cliff, and Anna runs towards her to hug her, but Elsa stops it. Anna, we have to get out of here now. Alright, here it is. So that's... the Steven Universe pube monster? Facing off with Godzilla? Remember back when Destroyer was a human? That hasn't been relevant in many, many chapters. Minmo Cat Foods has a theory. They saw this fan art and then made this fic, I guarantee it. Dude! Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. So, this corrupted Steven monster. This is from the Steven Universe, what the fuck, movie? Future? Steven Universe Future, okay. So he turns into a giant kaiju and he starts stepping on shit. Okay. So somebody made this art, they were like, wouldn't it be cool if the corrupted Steven fucking duked it out with Godzilla, made art, and then somebody saw the art and said, I'm gonna write an entire fanfic about it. That is a great theory, and I'm leaning towards that being the truth. But how does Frozen come into it? Where did Frozen enter the equation? Everything goes quiet. Anna, Elsa, and everyone went quiet. It's like they're paralyzed in fear as they see this giant pink monster the size of Godzilla rise from below the cliff, roaring with power. Steven is now fully corrupted. Just calm down, son. Take deep breaths.
Yeah, relax, buddy.
The monster responds by turning around and roaring at full force at them, and charges at them, which they manage to get out of the way in time, which causes Steven to ram into the cliff's wall.
He's not listening to us at all,
Amethyst says in a frustrated tone. Okay, but when does he fight Godzilla? Okay, so here we go. Garnet then looks at Bismuth, Lapis, and Peridot. You three draw Steven into the ocean and hold him there, which they understand and go on their way.
Let's go, guys!
As Garnet starts to fuse with Pearl and Amethyst, Steven manages to break through the ice wall and crawls closer to Elsa and her family. Fucking please kill them. Please murder them. Just as he was about to attack them, Alexandrite hops on top of Steven, blocking his eyes. The monster roars as he tries to get them off of him. He then rams them into the cliff's wall, causing them to defuse. Well, that was fucking pointless. Just then, Peridot and Bismuth hit one of Steven's spikes on top of his head and focuses his attention on them.
That got his attention,
Bismuth says, looking back, along with Period on her side flying.
Sorry, Steven.
Steven then starts to chase them into the ocean, and once he reaches the shore, he jumps up ready to attack them. Period and Bismuth scream in terror, but just below them, water chains grab Steven by his arms and neck and pull him down onto the sallow, dark sea. Water chains. '. That will not work, right? I understand you like hitting somebody with force. Like you get water spikes and it's like, yeah, you know, water bending or whatever. But what do you mean water chains? It's not gonna work. It works? Toad's like, no, trust me, it works. It's real. No, the water chains, they're real. They work. Trust me. No, trust me, dude. Lapis got him. I got him, but I can't hold him forever.
What do we do now? We can't just leave him here like this.
Pearl says, walking up to the shore, along with Garnet and Amethyst, recovered from the previous impact. The entire fucking thing was pointless. We have to get him in there. We have to bring out his inner humanity, Garnet says as Greg, Period, and Bismuth arrive at the shore. You know who would be good at that? Steven, Amethyst yells. Just then, a shadow starts covering them. Everyone looks up to see it's the Diamonds and Spinal. You who, Steven? Spinal yells, coming from the ship. Okay? Where is Godzilla? Oh, he's here. Okay. Steven then starts to walk over to them, but just as he was halfway over to them, he then notices something rising from below the waters. It was Godzilla. He was only a few hundred feet away from him. Godzilla looks at him with rage in his eyes. In response, Steven turns around to face Godzilla, roaring at him with full force, as if he is letting out all his hatred towards him. That one sucks. I like this one better. That's the OG roar, I think, and this is the 2014 roar, it says. Blows. The original one is so much better. Cold Atoll.
Welcome back to your new home, freak.
Thank you for 2 months of support. It was a standoff. The standoff of the century. It is a marvelous sight indeed, but not for the faint of heart. After gazing at each other for a short time, Godzilla makes... because they gotta look at each other. Godzilla makes the loudest roar possible as a sign that he is not backing down. Steven then charges at Godzilla, and Godzilla does the same, and after a few seconds, they collide. Oh, look! It's Destroyer! He's back! Guess what? I don't care about this anymore. Everyone is laying on the ground, not knowing what is going on. Just then, Pearl wakes up groaning, and then she gasps at the sight in front of her. Amethyst comes up next to Pearl just as surprised. Look, guys, Godzilla is battling Steven. Godzilla manages to dodge Steven's attacks as he turns around and whips Steven with his tail and knocks Steven back, roaring in anger. Godzilla roars back, grabbing at Steven's head, but just as he was about to make another attack, Steven whispers in his ear gently and says,
Come on, guy. You don't want to be like this. Come on. Let's just be buddies. You're not really a bad person, right? Come on, let's just be friends. You know you don't want to do this.
While gently stroking Godzilla's cock. And Godzilla's like, no, I do. I really do want to. No, you don't know. I do. I do want to kill you. I mean it. I really do. Seriously. I have to. I have to kill you. This is not going to work. Taps the sign. Guys, I love this. I love that art so much.
It's okay, guys. He says he's sorry.
Deep inside
this monster. Steven must be in there so angry.
All right, so they're fighting. I just want to see the fighting. I don't care. I don't care about the group hugs. The gems, the diamonds, Greg and Connie, who had just come back, is there's Connie. is now also looking at the light in the sky. After at least 20 seconds, a moth-like titan appears, roaring at Steven, spraying cum on him, closing his jaws shut. Mothra, Elsa, and Anna say at the same time and smile at the beautiful creature as Mothra looks down at them and makes a few soft groans as if saying she thinks that they're just as sexy as they think that she is.
It's another Titan!
Pearl says with wonder. Okay, great. Steven was struggling to get the silk off of his jaw as he tries to rip it off with his huge clawed hands. Just then, he notices Godzilla approaching, and Godzilla rams him into the water. Steven falls in the Guys, did they just really not understand that there's an H in that word? Because we've seen that many times in this fic. Why does Mothra keep moaning? Or is sallow a real word and I'm a dumbass? Just as Godzilla was about to make another attack, a fiery silhouette appears from above, rushing right towards Godzilla, screeching. It was Rodan. He crashes into Godzilla and knocks him back into the water, roaring, "Everyone's here!" After a few seconds, Mothra attacks Rodan, slashing at him. Okay, great. Cool. Okay, now here's the Destroyers terrorist organization, not to be confused with the Destroyers terrorist total landscaping, which by the way, I will point out, is not what they were calling it in the beginning of the fic. They were calling it the League of Terrorism. They have arrived. To be continued. A battle of corruption. Okay, so the spirits came out. There's helicopters, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's fine. Like, it's not even like it's exciting. They're just beating the shit out of each other. Meanwhile, Mothra and Rodan were battling in the air a distance away from Steven and Godzilla. Mothra has a major disadvantage against Rodan, since he's a lot stronger and bigger than her, but size doesn't matter. Mothra is not a size queen, folks. Size doesn't matter. Said nobody ever. Mothra has given everything she got on Rodan. She was continually slashing at him, avoiding his bites, but she made a flaw. Rodan realized this and used his talons to grab her by her soft abdomen and throws her in the direction of the cliff's wall, which was where the gems were.
Run for it, you clods!
Period screams, and all the gems, including the diamonds, ran off away from the cliff's wall. I'm going to the end. I want to go to the after the battle. Nobody cares. Like, does anybody care about the story at this point? Does anyone actually fucking? Is anybody invested? Can we talk about how there's no more comments because nobody made it this far? We're in fanfic no man's land. It feels terrible. Everyone on the cliff also saw this sight. Wait. What is the sight? Wait, hold on. Everyone is hugging Steven to help calm him down from the corruption. So now, okay, all the gems are hugging Steven. Okay. The fucking diamonds are hugging Steven, even though they're, like, massive. Spinel comes in and hugs Steven. Godzilla managed to get up, looking at the sight, not doing anything. He was just Shocked at the sight, Elsa and the other spirits look at the sight with smiles on their faces. Elsa knew Steven is just lost, and he needed some love, which right now was being given to him. Mothra and Rodan also look at this beautiful sight. Rodan now understands. Mothra was right along. Kaiju could be accepted into the world. You just had to give them a chance. This is so bad. It was the power of friendship. It was the power of fucking friendship. 2 hours of build-up for one paragraph of fight. To be fair, Hergeblurg, I ignored and skipped most of the fight. They should have just listened to Mothra in the first place. Here's Anna from Frozen. I guess he really just needs some love. I want to get to the part where Godzilla hugs him. Where is that? It's over. Steven wakes up to see the sky above him, which is cleared up, crying a lot from all the emotional pain. Then he starts to notice Connie in front of him wiping his tears. You know what it reeks of, guys? It reeks of... Bruh. He notices they are on Godzilla's massive hand. He doesn't freak out. He just let it be. Standing nearby with him. Standing nearby him with... The, like, positioning of people is, like, super fucking important to this author. Okay, the lion licks him. That's great. Nope, the story is not over yet. Epilogue. This is it. All these events happen so quickly, like it never happened. What, like, sci-fi concept is that? Like, when things happen so quickly that they never fucking happen? Is it like the entire fucking fanfic never happened? We should be so fucking lucky? The battle between the Titans lasted for at least less than an hour. But it was devastating to our mental health, to say the least. But in the end, it all worked out. The power of friendship and Hitler saved the day. After the battle, the diamonds went back to the homeworld. Rodan flew away and starts nesting in a volcano in Iceland, hibernating until he's needed again. Mothra went back to the ancient cave, also hibernating. And Godzilla left for Greg's house, where they fucked like rabid animals until the fucking wee hours of the morning. Everybody's getting pregnant tonight! Steven understood now. He is a protector of this world, and Stevens accepts now and has respect for him along with the other Titans. Steven has accepted them overall. Then Elsa invited Steven and his friends into the Enchanted Forest, and no one cares. And, as the Crystal Gems and Greg talk with the Northuldra and Elsa's family, Steven and Connie are on top of a hill facing the Northuldra village, sitting next to each other. There is silence between the two, but then Steven breaks the silence. How many times have we seen that in this fic? Nobody said a word, nobody said anything, there was total silence, and then somebody says something. There is total silence because my music is gone. Why is my music gone? What happened to my music? I put the video on loop. Why is my music gone? Connie turns to her head to face Steve. Connie turns to her head to face Steven and also smile. How do you turn to your own head? Let me try to do it. Oh yeah, that don't feel good. No. Nope. No, that doesn't feel good at all. Connie, I'm really sorry for what happened. Steven is then cut off by Connie. Steven, don't even think about apologizing. It's okay. We all have done bad things. No one is perfect. Connie says in a soft tone. But that doesn't matter, Connie says with love in her eyes. Steven looks into her eyes and sees it too.
Love! 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 Love!
Love will always triumph. As Connie leans in, closing her eyes, same with Steven, and they touch lips. This kiss is slow and passionate. It really channels their love for each other. Eventually, they break the kiss, and they both have stars in their eyes.
I will always love you, Steven.
Connie says. I love you too, Steven says, and they hug. After the hug, they both walk down towards the North Uldra village where everyone else was. Garnet then notices them and says,
Hey guys, how was your kiss?
So yeah, Garnet was like standing in the fucking bushes watching them make out like a fucking pervert. Both Connie and Steven blush as they look away from each other. Pearl couldn't help but facepalm Big Mood, smiling, and Amethyst laughs a little bit, tries to keep it in by covering her mouth. Luckily, not many people heard it as they were all busy talking. Steven, still blushing, then says,
Well, to tell you the truth, Garnet, that kiss was pretty fucking shit.
He said, as Connie was standing right there listening to him say it. Just then, Elsa approaches them. Hello, guys. May I talk with Steven privately for a second? Wow, Steven gets to bang Elsa too? Damn. What a fucking player. Okay, so now Destroyer is back, but I'll be honest with you guys. I refuse to read anything related to Destroyer, so I'm not going to. King Ghidorah will come back. Guys, we'll read part 2 next time, okay? There's a sequel to this. We're going to read it. We're all going to read it together. Mike, this entire thing is just chapter 1. Chapter 2 is a separate fic and is in progress. Guys, it's 12:30 a.m. And I should really end the stream. I should really end it. But I had another fic here. And it's pretty short. It's pretty short. You want to go for it? Shouldn't take very long. You want to go for it? You want to do it? We could do it, or we could save it for next time. Now, fuck it, do it. To get rid of a palate cleanser from the last one? You need a palate cleanser? I don't know, Mike. That last fic ripped my soul from my body. Palate cleanser? You want a palate cleanser? Do it. It will be funny. Yep, fuck it. Let's do it. I like to call this one Shawshank Universe. Chapter 1. Imprisoned. Imprisoned. Steven's POV. And this ties into the whole Steven corrupted Stephen. I have been in prison for 1 month now, and I didn't like it. All I could see were pervert that murders, serial killers, robbers, all that. My mental health slipped far down, but why did I have to end up here? Couldn't I just get therapy sessions? Now I wish that, honestly, everything was terrible at Beach City Asswell, though. Flashback. This was after Prickly Pear, which is an episode. So you're probably record scratch. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Why is Steven Universe in prison? We're about to find out.
Steven!
Pearl shouts at me as I try to walk at the door without getting noticed by any of them. I turn to look at Pearl, Garnet, Amethyst, giving me all stern looks, and Garnet shakes her head at me.
Steven, you have to talk to us. You can't just keep running from your problems.
Garnet says to me. Though Garnet's glasses covered her eyes, I could tell she was watching me everywhere I went, so I wouldn't try anything funny. You know, like Amogus. But I didn't care, and I start to walk out the door when Amethyst quickly shuts the door when I open it. Huh? We all said to ourselves after reading that sentence. I mumbled to myself, and my surprised face turned into an angered face. I could feel my face turning pink.
Steven, control yourself!
Garnet spat out, giving me a stern look. And Pearl was feeling bad like she always was, and Amethyst was trying to take care of the situation maturely as possible. It wasn't working so much. I hiss at them, and as I see their weapon come out, and I quickly realize they were going to fight me, and I cursed in my mind to them. I called them clods. I quickly turned back to my normal skin tone and sigh. Using weapons on family, heh, how sweet. I hiss at them and slammed the door behind me. I was being super hostile, but they deserved it. Flashback ended. The time was 7:30. Everyone went out of the cells and went to the cafeteria to have a delicious breakfast. Like, delicious in bunny quotes or whatever, because it wasn't actually delicious. It was actually not delicious at all. All the inmates shoved past me as they got to where the food was. Sure, the food wasn't good at all, but we couldn't just starve ourselves. I tried it once, and I ended up feeling worse than having the terrible food. As I walked to get my food served, I had realized something. We got new food. Oh, it's just different colored jelly. It used to be green, but it was blue. At least he looked better than usual, and some slop gets dropped onto the tray. I look up to see Bertha, the lunch lady, and she glares at me, and I look back at my food on the tray and continue to get my food, and after I sit at a table. So basically, this fucking kid is comparing, like, prison life to just being in school. Like, he thinks it's like the fucking school cafeteria. That's how he's imagining it in his mind. It's different colored jelly. It used to be green, but it was blue. God knows what the fuck he's talking about. I think he's just trying to hammer home, like, how much the food sucks in prison. And it's like, nobody doubts that, man. You don't have to spend time telling us how bad the food is in prison. Like, we can all imagine that it's fucking bad. One thing to learn, don't sit next to anyone unless you either want to get insulted or beaten. Trust me, I've experienced and seen it. Never sit next to anyone. So what, there's just individual tables in the prison? As I sit down, I look around to see the same repetitive thing to happen, kicking, punching, screaming. Gotta say, it was cool for a while, but it got boring happening almost every day. If just for one day without it, you'd be shocked. What? There's social distancing, yeah. Just 1 month in prison can make me go even more insane. Then I may be. Oh, right. But what about the part where I killed people? Womp, womp, womp. Flashback. I was a monster. I was growling, ruining things, ruining lives. A voice kept playing in my head. I let it happen. I let that voice take over. But I wasn't saying I wasn't amused by it, though. Steven, you don't deserve the worst. Oh, thank you. I don't think I do. No, you deserve to be happy. Thank you. You can be happy. Even if it means taking it out on other people. Your trauma, your anger, your depression and anxiety. Maybe I did deserve to feel happy. I grabbed one of the but it was no use. I grabbed one of the used to be corrupted gems from Little Homeschool. I hold in my hand and I grip onto it, squeezing it. The tears from the gem annoyed me, so I didn't poof the gem. I shattered it. Flashback. Pause. Okay. So I killed 2 people. Does the gem really count? It's shattering. It's different. You know what? Never mind. Man, I hope you got your lawyer to use that argument in court, Stephen. Okay, so I killed 2 people. My client killed 2 people. So what? Does it really count? I looked down to see Gems in shock and see Garnet in tears and disbelief. And then she didn't decide to hold back and tried to stop me. Heh. Funny, she didn't even fuse with any of the gems. She just really cared for the gem that she decided to be on her own. I mean, she's a fusion, but that's different. Her as a fusion wasn't enough to stop me. She tried to hit my leg with her gauntlets, and I quickly grab her with my hand and quickly throw her to the temple, causing her to poof. The crystal gems crying, and the other people of Beach City screaming in fear. I couldn't stand it, and I grab a random citizen of Beach City, and I let my anger out on them, digging my claw into the person's arm, and they screamed in terror, and I couldn't stand it. So all I did was throw them onto the ground and step on them, hearing bones crush and seeing blood gush out. Yeah, blood, yeah, killing, yeah, murder, yeah, kill, murder, blood, yeah, bones and blood, yeah. I spot a familiar face, a very bad person, an annoying person, Kevin. I glare at him as soon as I see him rush to his car. I grab the car with him in it as he screamed, "Who are you?" He screamed at me. I tried to spit out Steven, but it come out gibberish-like. I quickly throw Kevin into a wall and throw him into the ground, causing a painful death, just like the other person. Oh God, what had I done? You have done well. No. Good, well done, Steven Universe. Well, that's part of the story. It's hard to look back on. I hate Kevin. Thank you for making him die. Here's Joel asking the real questions. How long is Steven's sentence? Has Steven applied for parole yet? I'm not getting any better. I didn't really mean to kill those people. Something in me just snapped. Now my life is boring. No thrill to it anymore. It's just prison, you know? No, I didn't really mean to kill those people. I guess he's got like a supernatural excuse. But I imagine that, no, that argument doesn't hold up in court very well. I didn't mean to kill those people. Another boring day and boring routine. You wake up at 6:30 and have a shower and make your bed in your cell, just like a real bedroom, yet with bars and rules to it and curfews. Then we have breakfast. On my first day, there were people having a food fight. Yeah, like the fucking, you know, MS-13 and the Aryan Nation are like flinging pudding at each other with their sporks. Throwing like bread rolls and like flinging mashed potatoes at each other. It's fucking just good wholesome fun, you know? Good wholesome fun. Tell you, he thinks it's like fucking high school cafeteria. We sometimes get phone calls after breakfast. Well, I don't get any. Probably for the best. then other boring stuff, then food, then more boring things to get over with. Then it comes down to having dinner, but they call it supper. They call it supper in prison. I didn't know that. In what chapter does Steven get shivved? It's coming. My life is rather boring in prison, though never gotten into fights, never gotten calls from family or friends, never gotten to talk to anybody. I wish I hadn't done those terrible things while I was corrupted. After a long day of the same routine, I finally lay on the uncomfortable bunk bed. I missed the gems, I missed my dad and my friends, but no, I did kill 2 people and shattered a gem. You probably think, just use your powers, Steven. But why should I cause more problems and stay in this hellhole longer? I pull the thin blanket on myself and get annoyed at the inmate that stayed with me. He was snoring like crazy tonight, so I killed him. Cowan 2.
Well, back to the family, son.
Thank you for 37 months of support. I appreciate that. Who is he talking to? He's talking to us. He was snoring like crazy tonight, and I pull up the pillow over my head and groan, complaining about the annoyance of the prisoner. I sit up on my bed and wish I had just kept everything deep down to the bottom of my heart, but it raised up and ruined everything. I clutch onto the blanket, trying to ignore the snoring from the prisoner, and I eventually just snap and scream, and then guards hear me, so I quickly shut my mouth. What was I thinking? I quickly get into bed and fake sleep so I wouldn't be noticed, so another person would be guilty and decide to shrug it off. Will Steven crawl through a 40-mile shit pipe to escape? Maybe. Day 50. I figured out I could fit 50 cigarettes in my ass. Granted, I don't have to fit the cigarettes in my ass. I could just put them in the lion pocket dimension. But I put them in my ass anyway, to be a spiteful bastard. He's trading them with people. It's like the butt pennies, but it's butt cigarettes. The sun raised up early in the morning, and once after breakfast, I was called out that I had a telephone call. Look who I saw, Connie Maheswaran. I couldn't believe my own eyes. Who would have thought she'd come to see me? I sit down, and my eyes were wide in fear. I'd want to do something bad to Connie. She looks at me and smiles. Hey, Steven. Are you doing well? She brings him a cake. She's like,
Steven! There's a nail file in it. Use it to escape. Steven, I baked the nail file into the cake.
He's like, wow, that's a weird recipe, Connie. Where'd you find that one?
No, you use it to escape, idiot.
And then he forgets that the nail file is in the cake, and then the bathroom hurts like real bad that night. The bathroom hurts real bad. He just eats the nail file. Hey, Steven, are you doing well? She says the telephone to her ear, and I tremble hearing her voice, but I try to act natural. But it wouldn't seem to work. Just calm down, Steven, calm. I nervously smile. Well, so far, so good, I stutter. Seeing her appearance here made me feel crazy, not in a good way. She smiles at me as if nothing was awkward. That's good. I know it must be hard in this terrible place. Connie replies to my awkwardness. How could she be fine right now, universe? Oh no, not that voice again. I wanted to leave right now, please. I tried my best to stop that voice from entering back into my mind, but I guess I hadn't succeeded, and I started to tear up, tensing up my body, and Connie notices my awkwardness, but not my stress that something might happen, and her smile turns into a frown.
Steven, it's okay. I know it must be awkward, but...
She comforts, but I cut her off.
Look, that's great.
But, can you just go now? I reply, and she raises her eyebrow.
I just got here, plus I've got a few more minutes.
She smiles, and I start to glare at her, which makes her confused.
Look, I get it's awkward, but don't be like this, Steven.
Why is it so awkward? Is this supposed to be a conjugal visit, but Steven's a virgin? she suggests in a soft tone, and I slam my fists on the table. It's not the awkwardness. I have a different reason. That's why... Before I could continue, I was cut off, being called back to my cell for disturbing others during their talks. Hurt them. Torture them. Kill them. Stephen, do it. I scream in my mind, no, 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 but I felt the horn rising through my hair again. Please get me back to my cell. I don't deserve to feel like this. I don't want the horns back. I was finally getting better in this hellhole, though. My corruption was weakening. It doesn't stop, though, so as I reached my cell again, I cover it up with my pubes. Kill. Please stop. I don't want to stop. Just leave me be. I'm just not okay right now. The last thing I need is you. Tisk, tisk, Stephen. Oh, enough already. You're just a voice. Stay out of my life. The voice had disappeared for now, but I'm sure it will be back. Author's note. We're now officially into no man's land again. Concern and suspicion. I left the prison. This is Connie's POV now. I left the prison and thought about Stephen's movements and his stuttering. He was like this when he was really, really tired and should have ended the stream an hour ago. But he had that end of stream voice and he just wanted to go to bed and his back hurt. But he got roped into reading one more fanfic because everyone made him feel bad because the last one sucked. And that's not good. I sigh and look at my phone and call Pearl since I knew she'd ask about how it went. She picked up.
Connie, is Stephen okay?
Pearl shouts, and I quickly put the phone away from my ear. I tried to speak, but it wasn't okay with Stephen, but I wanted to play it off cool. I smile and put the phone back on my ear. It went well, actually. He says it's scary, but he says he's doing well, I spat out.
Well, that's good to hear, but are you sure everything's fine? You stuttered.
Pearl questioned, trying to understand the real situation. I giggle awkwardly. It's perfectly fine. He isn't avoiding anything, I say, trying to reassure her, but it made her more suspicious.
I don't know, Con.
Before she could keep speaking, I hang up and sigh. I want to make sure you're okay, Stephen. I look at my phone and mumble to myself. Connie hung up on me. I felt offended and rather concerned. I walk over to Garnet and Amethyst looking concerned. Well, mostly Amethyst. I couldn't see any emotion on Garnet's face because I wasn't looking at her face because I was awkwardly looking into the corner of the room, fucking 90 degrees perpendicular to the fucking window. I'm going back to Stephen's POV. Because the most entertaining part of this fanfic was the childish imaginings of what they think prison is actually like. It was a gloomy and serene lunch. So what is gloomy and serene, chat? Like, can it be peaceful and gloomy at the same... I feel like those two words don't belong together. And it has a little bit of a flavor of the somewhat dark sunshine. It was raining usually. I'd be happy, but not anymore. It's not the same. I play around with the slop and gaze at a prison window, watching the rain, lost in thought. I'm not happy here. Yeah, that is the point of prison, Stephen. I'll probably be here for more than just a month. I snickered to myself on the comment I made in my head. Of course, it's going to be way, way, way more than a month. Way more. I look over to see people staring at me, judging me for snickering to myself, and I awkwardly smile. I thought of a joke, I say, and some people were weirded out or wanted to kill me from annoyance over a small snicker. I want to kill you just for existing right now. Oh well, that's how all prisoners have been like since I came here. But one thing's for sure, I'm not being friends with any of these wicked people. I am a wicked person though, right? I'm probably worse than some people. No, you weren't in the right mindset, Stephen. Stephen, you need to join a gang, dude. It's the only way. Stephen, why do you keep thinking everything will get better? The voice again. Prison is just angsty school. I think that's what they think, yeah. I screamed and got grumbles from inmates and weird looks again. Hey, kid, quit annoying people who want to eat their meal, a prisoner grumbled to me. How can he even eat that disgusting food? I mumbled to myself and snicker, and the prisoner stands up and gives me a glare. Do you wish for a beating? He yells at me, and I shake my head quickly, and he returns back to his seat. Oh, Stephen, don't be such a wimp. I'm not. Then why don't you fight back? Because it's wrong. No, it's because you're weak, Stephen. No, you're weak without my voice. You need me. My rage was rising because of the voice. I wanted it to go. I start to glow up pink and quickly realize, and quickly hold the anger quickly inside of me quickly. No, I won't let you take over again. Not ever. I look back down at my tray with my food and stick my food in the mashed potato. I put the lime in the coconut. My life was already a disaster. Why does the voice have to come back to the surface? I can't stand my life in prison. Yes, that is the point, Stephen. Stephen, you killed people, Stephen. I lay on the cold, hard floor of my cell and try to keep control of myself. I had been getting some therapy sessions, but all the time I went to therapy, I lashed out. They decided to keep me away from my therapist because last 2 sessions, I had taken my anger out on my therapist. I killed the last 2 therapists, so they decided to stop bringing me to therapy sessions. Life was boring in prison. It was the same thing every day, sure. People have fights and stuff and beat each other up, but it's too predictable. Even when I'm getting beaten up, which is rare, seems predictable and boring. How could something that is rare also be predictable and boring? But one thing is for sure, they are still scary and still psycho. Time skip to yard time. I sit on the ground and stare at everybody while they stomp the yard. I overhear one of the inmates. You think that kid is cringe? One inmate says to the other. The kid's emotions are hard to read. I heard he killed 3 people and was like some monster or something. I think it's bogus, though. The other inmate chuckled. I growl under my breath. Yes, let the rage infest you. Shouldn't he be in, like, juvenile hall or whatever? Like, juvenile detention? Why is he in, like, regular prison? This amogus is a bogus. Okay, I've got nothing. Oh, well, I could keep my anger inside. I sigh and just kept my anger inside. Freak! The inmate said, and suddenly my rage was overflowing in my body. I can do this. No, you can't. I slam my fist on the ground and stand up. Could you keep your negative words about me to yourself? I shout at the inmates, catching everyone's attention. This is just me, like, fucking talking to the chat. Can you keep your negative words about me to yourself, please? I didn't lash out, but I didn't exactly help myself. I'm about to get beaten up. I know I am. Sorry this was a short chapter. Please don't apologize for that, ever. It's totally fine. Okay, so he's in a new therapy session. He's got a therapy session. He almost killed the therapist. Who fucking cares? My back hurts. I want to get to the good bit. Did Steven really beat the shit out of his therapist? Oh, the guy that gave me a black eye. Okay. I stare at some of the inmates. Sometimes it's not good to stare at them since, well, they are crazy, but they don't seem as bored as me, to be honest. I'm at least a little less bored watching others enjoy themselves in prison. What do you think that entails? While others go crazy not being able to get out of here. Once I saw someone trying to break out, and a guard caught them, and the prisoner bit off half the guard's ear. They keep Mike Tyson in this place. But wait, maybe if I did befriend people, they could help me escape. Teh, I could betray them after they help me. Oh my god, no, I'm not doing that, teehee. I'll just stay here. Holy, this is actually so good, OMG. You will always be a monster. Look at this fucking Irish-hating bitch. Oh my god. She's definitely not into Irish anal. Hold on. I want to get to the part that matters. Okay, so Connie's POV. She goes to the prison. I finally reach the prison and quickly get out of bus and quickly shout, "Thank you," quickly to the bus driver, but the bus driver already left quickly. I run towards the entrance and I didn't know what to do. They wouldn't let me in. I quickly grab out my phone and text the gems, "Come quick to the prison with Lion, it's important." I soon see a pink monster's head pop out. Steven, oh god. The pink monster threw its weight around, breaking through the prison, breaking some of the wall. Looks like the prisoners will be happy, but still scared. I don't know. I don't care. Steven needs help. I soon see a portal and see the crystal gems on Lion. Garnet looks up.
He turned into that monster again. Last time we couldn't do anything. It was himself.
Garnet says, looking actually quite worried. I look at Garnet and taking in what she said. Exactly. He can only fix himself. We just need to persuade him. Steven's POV. It's over. Fuck it. Guys, my back hurts real bad. I can't even focus on this. It's over. Fuck it. Whatever. Okay, listen. Guys, thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this as much as you possibly could. I know it sucks. I know it sucked. I know I'm terrible. I know. But thank you for watching it anyway. Yeah, it's 6 hours. Thanks for sticking with me, even though it sucked. Okay, guys. Thank you for the subs, resubs, bits. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for all the support. I don't think I'm going to be doing these streams for a while. Because, well, I can't find good fanfics. I cannot recapture the magic of Zooted Eggman and Deranged Sonic. It's not out there, guys. So I think we're going to take a break on these for a while. You can't force it, you know? I'm not finding the stuff. It ain't out there. Conveniently ignores the Google Doc. No, it's like I think they're okay, and then I start doing this, and I'm reading it, and I'm like, yeah, they're bad, and then people in the chat are saying they're bored, and then it's like, yeah, I don't think I could do this like this. It's just not possible, guys. You know what it is? There isn't going to be a steady stream of material that's gonna be amusing for all of us, you know. So TOS is holding you back. You know what? If it wasn't for a lot of the fanfics that I have to pass on because there's something in there that's just, yeah, definitely gonna upset people. Not just Twitch TOS, but it would probably upset some of the viewers. You know, this is hard. This is a very hard kind of a stream to do, because and to do it consistently, because it's hard to find the material. I feel like it's not out there, you know. I'm not going to be able to do these consistently, guys. It's just it's not feasible. And it's like there's people don't do things like this very often for the reason that I'm finding out. So whatever. It doesn't matter how hard I try. I can't. Whatever. Making some of this stuff fun and interesting is definitely out of my skill set. It's out of my range of talent. So I'm pretty beat up over here. I'm exhausted. I'm mentally exhausted. I'm physically exhausted. I'm probably gonna take a break from this for a while. Maybe we'll find some other ways to incorporate to use the face rig, because I know you guys like the face rig. Who knows? But again, guys, thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the subs, resubs, bits. If you guys want to follow on Twitter or on YouTube, there's going to be links in the chat. And yeah, I was going to say put art on the Buru, but guys, I really want to get out of this chair right now. Would you hate me if we looked at the art next time? If we looked at it after the next stream, which will probably be Sunday night. I think I'm going to do Kirby again on Sunday. Would that be like the worst thing in the world if we did that on Sunday night and looked at the art? You guys are amazing. Thank you for not being upset by that. The VTuber looking physically ill adds a lot to this complaining. I'm in real pain, and it is being expressed on the model's face. So yeah, again, big thanks to Mountain Dew and Tita for making such an expressive fucking thing. You want to hear something wild that Tita told me? Tita just decided to make this thing. Tita has no background in 3D modeling or anything. They just thought it would be fun to make a VTuber model, and they just taught themselves how to make VTuber models with YouTube and stuff. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, right? Wouldn't you think that this type of thing would be really difficult? You think you could teach yourself to make something like this? I know I couldn't. But no, whoa, did you see that? Fuck, can I replicate that? Wow, cool VTuber model, Tita. Let's try to fucking destroy it now. Generally, no, they did a great job. And thank you again, Tita. And thank you, everybody, for supporting and watching and shit. I gotta go. I love you. Have a great night. Take care. There's also the community Splatfest. Thank you, Vineart. There's a doc in the chat if you want to sign up. You will not be allowed to participate if you do it too late. Okay, don't be late. Sign up now.